Okay, we are live. Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Give Brian some volume before I forget.
Oh, am I still a little low?
No, you're on. You are probably a little bit too hot, actually, so I'm just bringing you down a touch. Okay, so we are waiting for Sam. We are waiting for Eric. Eric's going to be a little bit late because of his shifts. But Sam did miss last session, so she has a little bit of catch-up time. So I'm actually going to do something a little bit different for the start of this one. We are going to do our player discussion on stream. Because Sam needs to have a little bit of catch-up as to what's going on and what she needs to do. So we're going to do that discussion on stream while we wait for Eric. Because if you remember, we were right in the middle of combat at the end of the last session. And I don't want to jump in there without Mr. Pump ready to fight. Or ready to do whatever. Because after he field gold kicked one of the Karens at the end of the combat last time. Oh, that was classic. Ear slapped one of them and then field gold her, like 3-point converted her all the way across the tomb. So, let's see who's in chat. Marie's always in chat. Thank you very much, Marie, and thank you for the resub. Eric looks like he's on stream, so he might be on his way home. Eric, if you're listening in the car, I mean, come on. I'll start rolling dice for you at this rate. Bart, welcome.
Hey,
and Marie, yeah, 8 months, Marie. All for those emotes. I need to get better emotes. I need to get more subs. I need to get more subs so I can get better emotes. We definitely need to do some more emotes because so much has happened. I mean, the last block of emotes was... we haven't even got them all uploaded yet, but we've got Chicken Bazooka. Actually, let me just throw them up on screen. We've got the Chicken Bazooka, we've got the Bun Bun, we've got Mr. Pump's Fists, and we've got the Dragon Dungeon Master, which is me, hence the dragon having a bit of a mustache there.
Oh, there's Mark.
Mudzai, welcome. So, there is one more actual emote that I had commissioned that hasn't been uploaded because I haven't got the slots yet. So we'll see how that one plays out.
Oh, you showed me that one.
The axe.
Yeah.
So the frost axe, the Lich's frost axe that Brian picked up under the cathedral in Ankh-Morpork, I did get that as an emote. But I haven't yet got the slots, so that's going to have to wait a bit. Now, let me get my environmental inspiration folder loaded, because this is where I left you off. Now, this image was from a post on Instagram, so I don't know, or I can't remember who the original image belonged to, so I'm not claiming copyright on this at all. This does belong to somebody else, and I will try and find who this image came from. But this was posted on Instagram, and it just struck me as a fantastic image. I love this, the concept. And I was looking for some tomb guards for the tomb of the Falcon. The Falcon and the Sun God, which is where we are. And these just seemed like a really good idea for some tomb guards. So we'll park that on the side there. Where is Sam? What is she up to?
I don't know.
Eric, drive faster, damn you. Let me get Amazon open. Oh, crap, I want to close it again. So, this is our last episode before the new year. Next episode, well, obviously next week is Christmas. Next episode would have been on the 31st. And I am not intending to do a D&D match on the 31st. I know some people have said that they probably will be free. I'm guessing Sam won't be. But I'm not planning to do an episode on the 31st because I doubt we're going to have any audience at all. So this is going to be the last episode for a little while. The next episode is going to be January the 14th. And be sometime between then and now, we have to book a date for SilverCon, so I can get that Airbnb sorted. Because I've got a feeling the prices are going to start going up soon. Now, let me see. Graphics card, twin fans for the Zotac. These are for the 1080 Ti amp, but it's the same fans apparently. £27.99, so that's about 40 Canadian. They are in stock, probably take about a week to come through. So I will get that ordered shortly. I just don't know how shortly. And then we can get that fixed up. New World Invasion in 30 minutes. Oh. So has the game not taken off as well as Amazon planned? Or have they got server issues? Because I know Amazon Web Services went down earlier this week. Oh, a wild silver streak has appeared.
There she is.
A festive silver streak has appeared. Mute button.
It's hiding.
Again. Ah, there we go.
I have too much stuff on here.
Yeah, you've got no idea what my desk looks like. In fact, I can probably got enough cable that I can show you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
well,
much.
looks like mine.
Your martini cups came in.
It was only the one glass, but yes. It's laser etched with a 007.
It's nice.
I did get the Slurpee machine, but it doesn't deal well with this concentration of alcohol. It just wouldn't freeze. So I've got to fiddle with it until I can get the mixture just right. So in the meantime, just a Vespa.
Ice cold Vespa.
And it's strong. I made these really strong this time.
I thought they're always strong.
Yeah, but when I shake them in the ice shaker, the ice kind of breaks up and kind of melts into the drink and dilutes the drink a little.
Oh.
These have been made just neat in a bottle and just put in the freezer. So there is ice in there, which is slowly melting into the drink, but at the moment it's strong. Hey, Taros, welcome, sir.
All right.
How you doing, Sarge? Excuse me?
That's what I think about that. I made a fantastic supper. That's why I'm late. Look at it. It's pasta, veggies, pork chop.
And ketchup and what else?
Barbecue sauce.
Oh.
I'm jealous. All I had was a microwave dinner.
I
would prefer to make microwave dinners, but the kids will die.
I had a croissant with melted cheese inside and another croissant with chocolate spread.
For dinner?
Yeah.
You need to have more than that for dinner.
And a pint of tea.
That's going to do nothing for you while you're drinking.
I know, it's great, isn't it?
We had our work Christmas dinner, so they broke down and bought us pizza.
That's awesome.
Was it festive
you
pizza?
You and Mike both had your Christmas dinner thing today.
Turkey pizza with mini sausages and stuffing sprinkled on. That sounds nasty, doesn't it? It really sounds
you
awful.
Put whatever the fuck you want on as long as it's not pineapple.
Yeah, but
no pineapple ones. There was assortments.
Is it the pineapple you object to, or is it the fact that it's sweet you object to?
I can't say that because I like some of the sweet sauces on it, like on pizzas, but I don't like the taste of pineapple mixed with it.
Oh, so it is just the pineapple. Okay. So if you had a pizza with something like cranberry sauce dribbled over the top.
I've never had that, no.
I know, and I don't think anybody ever should.
I feel like Matt would love it.
Oh, looks like Bart's got tacos.
Oh, and he's gonna be, that those tacos will be repeating on him in at least an hour. This is why I
You
don't.
have a lot of tacos, don't you, Bart?
This is why I don't. This is why I don't eat Taco Bell. Taco Bell opened a couple of branches here in the UK over the last couple of years, and the first time I went there, I had a large meal because I wanted to try several different things at once, and every single one of them repeated. Every single one of them came back to haunt me at different points in time. So,
I'm eating food, you know.
excellent.
Yeah, exactly, Mark.
Favorite pizza with Korean, blueberry pancake batter, crust, and whipped cream on the crust dip. Okay, so that's not really a pizza. That's more like a pizza-shaped pancake dessert. But interesting. Did they put cheese on it?
Or is it a crepe? It'd be
'Cause
almost like a crepe.
Blueberry pancakes with cheese sprinkled on just sounds rank, frankly. Right, so Sam, I didn't see your message early, but you wanted to have a quick chat about your impending doom tonight. So while we wait for Eric, seems like this is a good time. Eric's actually in the room, so I guess he's listening to us as he's driving home. But while we're waiting for him, we can actually do that online for a change, because we normally do that offline in between. You managed to catch up on the full episode, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
So for the audience
The
who...
amount of times I shook my head. Some of the jokes
And
you
me,
made,
I
was
just
like,
hid in the corner like a little bitch.
So for the audience that might have missed the last episode, I know Taros, you were going to try and catch up on that, so hopefully you've had a chance to catch some of it. Our parties have... Well, we'll start from the beginning. Our party started investigating some disappearances in the mountains in the centre of the Discworld. That led them to an old abandoned fort that had been taken over by some bandits who had been tunneling or digging away using captured villagers as a workforce. The parties freed the villagers and then they explored, albeit against their will, the tunnel. No, that's cauliflower. Now that's a cauliflower now. Albeit against their will, they explored the tunnel, which turned into a portal to a space carved inside the center of a mountain that was keeping a dragon prisoner. They found the great library of the wizard mages, or the battle mages, who had imprisoned the last dragon inside the mountain over 1,000 years ago. Using its power, feeding off its power to power their experiments. They died out several hundred years ago, but the dragon has remained trapped in this mountain. And our party decided to free the dragon. Because a dragon that's been trapped for 1,000 years in the center of a mountain, and who's willing to offer you really powerful gifts if you will free it, that doesn't sound like a bad idea, does it?
I'm a Canadian. I'm too freaking nice to let it stay in chains.
You held the door open as it blasted its way out, didn't you?
I mean, I asked it to take it with me with it, but it didn't listen, so...
So, dragon was freed. It burned its way out of the mountain using its fire breath, and it has since proceeded to lay waste to anything that might be a wizard or a descendant of a wizard on the Discworld. It's wreaking vengeance. It's pissed. So our party decided that the course of action for this campaign would be to either dissuade or perhaps stop the dragon. Hence Sam's little regular soundbite. Go on, Sam.
We can't. We gotta slay the dragon.
That's how that came up. So, journeying down to the centre of the Discworld's cultural and knowledge base, the city of Ankh-Morpork, they did a bit of research. They spoke to an orangutan who was very knowledgeable about the subject, and they cleared out a tomb under the city cathedral to earn a bit of extra cash. They also found out some information about a prophecy, but they didn't know anything about the prophecy. They did find that the dragon's most likely destination would be the Dragon Watch Islands, which is where rumours of the last dragon ended up. Now, if I bring up a map of the Discworld, so this is based on Terry Pratchett's Discworld. None of this is my work. This entire world has been created by Pratchett himself. He passed away a couple of years ago with complications as part of his Alzheimer's. But Pratchett wrote the first Discworld novel back in 1985. I've been a fan since that first book, and there have been well over 40 books in the series or spin-offs of the series. So, moving down from the Ramtop Mountains down into Ankh-Morpork, city, our adventurers found out that this tiny little island out here, right to the edge of the disc, known as the Dragon Watch Islands, may be where the final dragon, or the King of the Dragons, as we've now found out, is headed. So they set off on a boat, got as far as these islands here before they got attacked. Then they made it to about these islands here, and they got attacked, because there is something following them. And that turned out to be the Dragon Priests. Shadowy figures that have been following them ever since the dragon was released, making sure that their god, we could say, is allowed to continue ravaging the disc, because, yeah, they've been praying to that one for a while. A journey across the ocean on the obtuse triangle, with the dragon priests in chase. A couple of events with some local pirates. A little bit of a problem with a giant maelstrom and a kraken. And Sam had to summon...
We were saying giant male stripper.
So, while at sea, a giant troop of Chippendales attacks our party on a boat.
Didn't you see? None of this happened in the other video I just watched. You know what I'm saying? Like none of it. No, none of it.
Are you drunk already? Are you already drunk?
No.
We'll get on with it then.
Oh, that's not a good idea.
So the dragon priest not only summoned up a maelstrom to try and to waylay our party, but he also summoned up a kraken. The kraken did a huge amount of damage to their ship. The captain's ship had a kind of a last trick up its sleeve as it converted itself into a dirigible, deploying a balloon and managing to escape the kraken, or so they thought. The ship had taken a huge amount of damage, the kraken was pursuing them still, and Sam summoned up her sugar daddy, and the dragon basically came crashing down to the planet like a meteor striking the earth. Burned its way through the kraken, incinerated almost everything in sight, and they had a beautiful moment as this boat with a hot air balloon above it, flying through the clouds, and the dragon just doing a maverick and flipping upside down and giving him the bird.
Now, chat, if your sugar daddy won't do that for you, you don't want him. I was like, what the fuck's that?
Sam's got to think about sugar daddies on top, hasn't she? Yeah, this is how we're starting the stream off, isn't it? Excellent. So, badly damaged. The obtuse triangle crashes in the desert, doing a tremendous amount of damage to the ship, and our party sets off looking for supplies for a nearby village or a town where they can get equipment, or at least barter and get the ship repaired. Instead, they got captured by some slavers. They promptly escaped, doing quite a bit of damage, and were attacked by a sandworm because, frankly, they were taking too damn long, and I wanted to get the story moving. But with the slave master still intact and somewhat traumatized by his encounter with the ranger, they proceeded to the city of Bismir, where they were again recaptured, thrown into a gladiator pit, and joining the golem, our Mr. Pump, proceeded to fight for their lives. Impressed the local serif, and was given their freedom. Not only their freedom, but golems in the city are now no longer treated as a slave labour force. They have a union. They have days off. They have many grandmothers who get very sick. Now, the golems also told our players about a hidden power, a very ancient hidden power, that was in the next valley over, hidden inside the oldest of all of the great pyramids. So they headed across to the next valley, and that's the Valley of the Gel. And in the greatest pyramid of Jelly Baby, our King Tepikhaimon the 23rd, gave them a little task. Knowing that the pyramid builders were having a little bit of trouble with the current pyramid, and being the greatness King Tepikhaimon the 22nd, not the 23rd, the 22nd, Lord of the Heavens, Charioteer of the Sun, Steersman of the Bark of the Sun, Guardian of the Secret Knowledge, Lord of the Horizon, Keeper of the Way, the Flail of Mercy, the Highborn One, the Never-Dying King, decided to send our players to, let's say, make recompense and perhaps earn some freedom. And they had to do some construction modifications on a almost complete pyramid. Barely succeeding, one of the party, Bart in this case, was unfortunately teleported to another plane of existence as the pyramid began to flare off its magical energy, and Mr. Pump decided to slide down the side of the pyramid, giving him both a front bum and a back bum at the same time. Because all that friction kind of glazes things. Got a like rosy pink glow going on there. They spent the night outside the work site, and they encountered something sparkly in the sand. And even Belinda Carlisle would have left this one alone, because it turned out to be a djinn in a magic lamp. How obvious could I make that?
Okay, to be fair, I did not know that'd be a bad thing.
A genie in a lamp.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
What a bad thing.
So, the djinn turned out to be quite a nasty djinn, because he'd been in prison for some time, and proceeded to absolutely batter this party. And it wasn't supposed to be that tough a fight, but they took a hell of a lot of damage. Sam nearly went down. Mr. Pump was quite badly damaged, and that's saying something for Mr. Pump. But Brian had the bright idea of attacking the lamp bottle, or the lamp itself, freeing the djinn, and earning them all a wish each. Because 3 wishes would just be cliche, and you know, that's so last century. It took him a month to decide what these wishes were going to be, because Brian and Dustin at least know how a DM likes to corrupt wish spells. And our party then continued through the desert, down the valley of the Gel, following the river, and gradually going backwards in time, metaphorically speaking. And the further down the river, the further up river they go, the older and older the pyramids get. Civilization starting more inland and slowly working its way out towards the coast. And in the last episode, we were exploring the Great Ziggurat, the first of the tombs of the ancient pharaohs of the Gel Valley. This is where King Tepikhaimon I would have been buried. Hidden somewhere in this pyramid is a great power that the golems have spoken of, and our players decided to investigate. They were met with the high priest, who is also mummified along with his pharaoh, and it's been a while since he's done a tour. You know, kind of forgot some of the high points of the tour. Knew where the gift shop was.
To the left.
Always to the left. Everything you want in the gift shop to the left. But he did warn them about proceeding further up the pyramid, up into the upper levels. But proceed they did. And they encountered the Tomb of the 7Ks, or the Tomb of the 7 Karens, where Pharaoh's 7 wives were buried alongside him. The first Karen was a challenge in its own right, I think. I think the first Karen was hard enough, because as soon as they walked into this tomb, she was shouting and screaming at a statue against the wall, demanding to see the manager. Why has this place not been swept? She ordered room service 1,000 years ago, and she really needs a manicure. The encounter went quite quickly. Mr. Pump dispensed with the first of the Karens, and that woke up the other Karens, who summoned the guard. And that is where we stopped the last episode, because there is only so much I can squeeze in an episode, and there's only so much havoc I will wreak when it was only 2 players, because only Eric and Brian were able to attend last week's. The guards, and I mentioned this already, but this is not my image, this is an image I found on Instagram, but it captured my attention. These are the tomb guards. As soon as the Karen summoned the guard, this 4 of these ethereal beings floated down from the ceiling above, dressed in these feathered cloaks and wearing these headdresses. The Karen has indeed summoned the guard. So, this is what you will be encountering, as well as the other 6 Karens, some of whom have taken damage. And this is where we will pick up the adventure once Mr. Pump arrives. Or do you fancy having a go without him?
Well, I'm just standing in the corner, very, very quiet still.
So in that last combat round, Brian took himself an invisibility potion, which will work as long as he stays relatively still and he doesn't try anything fancy, he doesn't try running, he doesn't try attacking anything, because Brian, being a cleric, wearing a combination of chainmail and plate armour, makes as much noise as a plumber's tool bag falling down a staircase. So as long as he stays relatively still, he's not going to be discovered. Mr. Pump, on the other hand, decided that the best course of action would be to hide in plain sight and just stand against the wall with the other golems and pretend he's a statue. Eric's almost here. Unfortunately, Mr. Pump has a little box on a chain hung around his neck, and also a bunny rabbit sitting on his head. A one-eyed bunny rabbit with tiny little horns. Which, did we just stick to Bun Bun for that one, or did he actually come up with a proper name?
I don't think he's come up with a name yet. He's just going with Bun Bun so far.
Now, I did have a picture of a jackalope that I had downloaded. I'm wondering if I still can find it. No. So jackalope is it's one of those kind of weird bastardized creatures that legend has cooked up. It's a rabbit with antlers, or very small deer horns. It's one of those legendary creatures that hunters would just like find a rabbit and glue some horns on. Dead rabbit, of course. If you're going to use a live rabbit, you have to use staples. But it's one of those kind of like carnival things that they would roll out every so often. But jackalopes do exist. This jackalope, however, is one-eyed, and has the ability to cast firebolt from his eye. So, jackalope. Although, at least in our case, it is a one-eyed bun with horns.
That's so cute.
So, not only does Eric have a Google, he also has a familiar. So, we have 4 guards who have just materialized in the tomb. We have 6 Karens that were turned by the cleric, who managed to succeed on this bloody turn undead thing. I blame the dice for this one. This is why I'm not going easy on you this time, because last time you turned undead with the Lich, you walked through that combat, albeit I made 1 or 2 tiny mistakes, but you walked through that combat successfully. You're not getting away with it this time. No, you're not getting away with it this time. So we have 6 zombies, 6 mummies, 6 mummified Karens. They're not all called Karen, obviously. One of them's going to be a Vivian, and there's a Gillian, and there's going to be a Becky. Becky with an I. There's always a Becky. But we have Pharaoh's 6 remaining mummified wives, who are very angry, who are regrouping as a complaint of Karen's. This has been turned into an escalation of Karen's, because they have now summoned the guard. And they're all muttering and discussing how they're going to write very sternly worded letters to the management of this particular facility, because they cannot believe how they've been treated, the rudeness, the interruptions, the constant lack of service, you know, the usual stuff. So
I still like my idea, Brian. We could be a fucking circus.
A complaint of Karen's, yeah.
I think in regards to what you were just saying about the cleric there is, I think the lady was kind of looking how Offler wasn't being very helpful, so she took it upon herself to step in a couple of times.
Did you at any point offer one of the Karens a pamphlet? I don't think you did.
You know, honestly, I can't remember.
I know you left a little stack of them downstairs in the tour area.
I know, yeah. I left one for the curator.
The priest.
Yeah.
Yes, the priest Orpheus obviously needs more reading material. He's only got he's lost a finger already. Mr. P, Martini Glass is in action. Unfortunately, the Mr. Slushy, I haven't managed to work out the mix strength to get that right, because I can't use anything with syrups in, obviously. I'm going to continue blending alcohol and seeing how that works, but it couldn't get at least it couldn't get the Vesper mix cold enough to turn into like a syrup consistency, so the semi-frozen state. So I need to work what the water ratio needs to be. So I'm probably going to do it with neat vodka rather than waste good gin, and just slowly water it down and work on the percentages. But I might have to buy myself a hydrometer off eBay. You know, one of those little like thermometer looking things that tests the volume of alcohol. I may have to get one of those for science. So we will do that one. I also need to get a really long USB cable, because the 2 that I've got are actually stapled. One in here for the webcam that sits just about there for when I'm doing VR. There's actually a second webcam up there. And there's one in the garage, which is also stapled to the rafters for when I'm doing my workshop streams. So we will work on it. I do have some time. And we'll get a Mr. Slushy, at least producing something with alcohol in it. So, we begin with our intro, and remiss of me for not mentioning this, but this is episode 20. We didn't think we'd get back past episode 2 or 3.
That's very true.
This was going to be like a little one-off thing. And now we're into episode 20. When did we start this? This was like February?
Has it almost? It hasn't almost been a year, has it?
Was it February, March time? It was definitely it's definitely around spring.
I talked about putting it in my birthday, or we did do my birthday.
Yeah, we did a quick session on your
that's
birthday.
right. Yeah, the first session was for your birthday.
Let me bring up... no, it wasn't the first one.
Yeah.
It was like the third one. So, YouTube is telling me 9 months ago, Valentine's Day. Episode 1 was at least uploaded to YouTube 14th of February 2021. We are 10 months in and 20...
We're almost at a year of our D&D campaign.
Yes. And he's still not dead. Damn it.
I'm still not dead. I should be. I should really be dead.
Well, that could change tonight, though.
Yes.
Not if we're a carnival. I'll just stick to that idea. Just be like...
Right. Episode 20, formerly the campaign known as The Birth of Dragon's Fire, or at least that's what I did call it. We're now kind of hinting towards the Ballad of Mr. Pump. Because that makes it that's a much better title for this campaign. But we haven't voted on that one yet, so we'll come back to that. Episode 20, our prologue. The Discworld. As it sounds, a flat disc, sat on the back of 4 giant elephants, who in turn stand upon the great Atuin, the star turtle, as he cycles and sweeps through the cosmos. A place of magic, whimsy, and utter stupidity. Attempting to retain some order amongst the chaos, a single robed rider leaves flaming hoofprint trails in the night sky. Sat upon the hindquarters of this great white charger, whose name is Binky, is a small skeletal rat in a similar robe carrying a tiny scythe. Squeak! Oh, well, do hold on. In a metaphysical sense, of course. Squeak? Of course not. We are not permitted to meddle. They are making their own choices. Squeak? Yes, the prophecy. Squeak. It doesn't matter if we believe or not. The gods play games with the mortals. We are here only to do our job. We maintain order. Squeak? Well, in a manner of speaking, I suppose. Squeak? No, you cannot have a horse. You would not reach the stirrups. Squeak? Nor can you have Soul Cake Tuesday off. Squeak? Indeed, most peculiar. Something to do with quantum, I suppose.
All right.
And a Mr. Pump appears in the wild. Just as the hoof beats of Binky streaking up into the night sky, and the squeaks of the death of rats. So, we are in the second level of the Great Ziggurat. You are currently in the Tomb of the 7 Karens. I'm about to get myself a refill, as you decide how you're not going to die. Because that really wouldn't make a very good title for a Bond movie, would it?
Now is the time to die? I don't...
No, please, I don't want to die.
Plenty of time to die?
No Klingons here.
Yes, perhaps today is a good day to die. So, as before, I've pre-mixed my Vespa, and I managed to peel an entire lemon. Or at least 3/4 of a lemon into that. What's left of the lemon actually looks like the actual lemon is left now, looking like a candy cane, with the what's left of the peel spiraled around it. I found my happy place today. It was really cool.
Yeah, I saw that in your story.
It looks so cool.
All right.
So the general consensus is you're fucked.
Yeah.
How do you
Yeah.
plan to get yourself unfucked? Because there is some unfuckery that is required here. Mr. Pump has, not accosted, maybe meted out some overdue karma to one of the Karens. By not only ear slapping, but also field goal kicking.
Yes. Oh, so satisfying.
I laughed so hard when Mr. Pump attacked the Karen and did like the slam down and the football kick, and Brian's like shaking his head. He's like, Sam's gonna watch this VOD after. Like, yeah. Wow.
It works very well at 1.5 times, doesn't it?
Oh my gosh, we are so slow. We're so slow. When I watch it on YouTube, it's crazy fast.
I watch pretty much all my YouTube videos now at 1.5 speed. Everything.
Yeah.
Absolutely everything. And just watching a YouTube like live or watching a Twitch stream when it's not at 1.5 speed, it's like, why are you speaking so slowly?
Yeah.
I understand English. You don't have to speak to me like I'm a foreigner.
You know, it's actually that's one thing I've been in that type of situation before. Because when I used to live in Northern Ontario, I was used to the speed that the French people spoke up there, and then meeting people from Montreal talking French, well, like their own dialect, like it was different from what it was up north. But I'm saying is like, why are you talking French so slow?
Yeah.
So I wasn't used to it. Like up north, it's like they say it like 2 to 3 times faster than people from Montreal.
I mean, I spent a little bit of time in Montreal when I was very, very young. So I learned a bit of French from my aunt when I was staying with her. But I've spent time in the south of, in like the deep south of the US, and just listening to just Creole French from in New Orleans, and how slow and lazy they speak. It is unbelievable. This is why I failed formal French, because I spoke bad French. Just like I speak English and I speak bad English. I can speak a little bit of French, but I can speak a lot of bad French, and it didn't like exam very well. So
I'm so rusty myself, I can't really talk a lot of French, but I can usually understand like 50 or 60% of what's being said.
Well, if we ever manage to do a session earlier in the day, we'll get Marie in, and she can do the entire thing in French, because she's half French.
Oh, okay.
She's half French and half German, living in Germany. So most of the time she's speaking German, but I still think of her as French, because her mannerisms and most of her accent is still French, because that's where she grew up.
She talks with her hands a lot?
Yes, and she also speaks excellent English, because she went to school in New York, I think she said.
Do we have...
She is a ridiculously talented lady.
No, that's just Europeans in general.
Not to toot your own horn.
They left the Union, so
It's all the conflicts and the number of borders we have to deal with. It's just. Plus, we learn like 5 different languages when we go to school.
So do we have anything in our bags of holding that might help us?
They're your bags of holding. Why are you asking me?
I'm not asking you. I'm talking to the
Oh,
party.
right. Sorry. Okay.
I already made use of it because I downed that invisibility.
Right. Yeah, that's right. We do have the rings to go back to the place.
Yes, you have the teleportation rings that will take you back to the Orichalcum, which will transport you in space.
Yes, but maybe we can figure something out.
Yeah.
Like, maybe there's some information there about these guards that might be helpful.
Possibly.
going to bring us back at the same point in time.
The tomb that you are in is many thousands of years old. And the Orichalcum is a library that was built at least several thousand years ago. So, yeah, it's a logical leap.
Yeah.
What a fitting cup for today.
Yeah.
Danger!
This is fine.
So,
No, it
This
just
is
says
fine.
dang.
oh, it was a danger!
Get a
No,
Sharpie quick!
This is also right. But this is also like, this is also fitting. Just
Dang.
dang.
Okay, my question being, is there any slight possibility if we try to get out of there? Is this a fight we have to fight?
Hang on, did that audio sound alert not work? Because I did re-add my sound alerts.
I'm not sure, because I have the volume turned down, otherwise you're going to get like a wicked echo.
I didn't hear anything. Let me try. Because I did reset my audio because my sound alerts had been playing up a little. Mute that. I'm going to open my stream to actually... I'm going to open my own damn stream to do this. Right. Let's see if this works. That one worked. Okay, so that's the Twitch ones playing. But I don't think your one worked, Brian. Which was the Redeem. That was the Stream Elements one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the Stream Elements one.
Okay, so that one isn't
I
working.
didn't hear anything.
Okay, so if you're using channel points to redeem, they are all now working.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yeah. So they're all working at least. So if you are using points, they will work. Right. Okay, yeah, I'm not having anything to do with the discussion. You guys are trying to fit. You're trying to.
did ask a question that you have not.
Yes, go ahead, Sam.
If we attempt to escape, is that even like a possibility, or is this a fight we have to fight?
I'm not telling you.
You can't tell me?
I'm not telling you.
Okay.
We have to figure that out ourselves.
I did say that now that we're quite a way into this campaign, I'm up in the stakes. And this is a fight that you are on a challenge rating. The Karens alone would be on par with the group. But you're now a party of 3. Now that we've brought the Tomb Guards into this, and again, for those of you that haven't seen this is the image I've based the Tomb Guards on. It's an image I found on Instagram. I'm not claiming copyright or ownership of this image. This is just what's inspired the Tomb Guards. Now that they've made an appearance, and also the Jackalope. Albeit I need to make that a one-eyed bunny, a one-eyed bun-bun. Eric, did you decide on a name for the bun-bun?
I'm thinking right now. I've been thinking since you mentioned it earlier on the show.
So I did say I was going to up the danger and the difficulty because I need to get you fighting as a coordinated party. It's going to be tricky without Dustin, I know. But the Karens on their own, if you were just to go into an all-out fight, would be tough. The Tomb Guards I have modelled, because they don't exist in the manual, I've had to create these myself, and I have modelled them based on the Lich. A low-level Lich, but a Lich nonetheless. So they do have slightly nerfed, but nonetheless high-level magic available to them. And that's more than I should be telling the players. Your characters don't know this, of course. You know this as players, your characters do not. So, how you choose to get through this is up to you. But if you're going to go in for an all-out fight, it's not going to be easy.
They went towards the Karens first, right?
No, they've just descended from the ceiling.
Okay.
So these 4 look like late teen or early 20s women dressed in these feather robes have just slowly glid down from, almost like they've come through the ceiling. They're gliding down very slowly, with this kind of a green kind of halo around them, and they've just touched down completely silently. They've just touched down on the floor of the tomb.
Yeah.
And that's where I stopped things. They haven't assessed what's going on. We haven't adjusted the initiative order or anything like that. They've just entered the room.
I didn't even mark that off.
Do we want to hope that they notice the Karens first and go towards them, and then we make a run for it?
Ooh, interesting.
I did not mark off my silence spell there. I only have 2 level 2 spells now.
Whoops.
Yeah. I don't know how that happened. I should have marked it off. I marked off my freedom of movement, so...
Yes, the cleric cast freedom movement and grease-pigged his way out of a hog pile of Karens that all piled on top of him, because it's the nearest thing they've seen to a manager in at least 2,000 years.
I thought it was screwed until I saw that. Does this work right? Does that? Oh, yeah, they're grappling me, so yes, I can slip out.
And then quickly downed a potion of invisibility and is now standing stock still in the corner somewhere. Trying not to sound like a coin purse in a tumble dryer.
What was that, Sam?
So everyone's hidden right now but me. Technically.
Yes.
Well,
Wasn't there an altercation?
hiding in shadows, aren't you?
I am, yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Sam. Let's start with a D20 stealth roll, and we'll see just how well you're hiding in the shadows.
Question: If we were to use the rings to go back to the Orichalcum, when we return, do we have to re-roll stealth?
Yes.
21.
Okay, so you are successfully hidden in the shadows. What did you roll? A 14 or something?
13.
Okay.
An 8 for stealth.
Had to roll a 13, didn't you?
Let's see how that works out for you.
Is that bad?
No, that's fine.
Well, a lot of people think 13 is unlucky.
Maybe.
But maybe that's because they think
You
it's
like-
unlucky.
I mean, like everyone in America, every
Well,
hotel
yeah,
ever
'cause
made in
usually
America.
they don't have any 13th floor. It's always
Right,
the 12th
yeah.
floor and then the
Exactly.
14th.
Yeah, over here we don't really have buildings that go that high. But if they do, they still have 13 as a floor number.
It just doesn't stop there.
Never tried. I'll have to try that one day. Get
It just
sucked
goes
into.
into another dimension.
Hell, if it's any other dimension, might be like a nice change of pace. Let me go find a tall building. No, that sounds wrong.
What do we think? Do we just hope that they go after the Karens first, or
Well,
should
it's
we?
Karen called the
Oh
guard.
crap! That one went off the
Right,
table.
and they're also the ones making all the noise right now.
The issue is we have to make sure that they didn't see like either of you. I wasn't in the thing, so I don't think they would. They didn't have an encounter with me, but they did with
Right.
you, right?
Yeah.
So yes, you're hidden,
The
Brian,
Karens?
but didn't
Or-
they see you and know that you are not?
Oh,
Or-
no. They
you
were
just
coming
beat
down
shit
from
out of
the
one in front of
ceiling.
the rest?
They were coming down from the ceiling when I downed that potion. Because
Right.
Omar gave me, like, so much time to react, and that's what I did.
I guess I'm meaning, like, even though Mr. Pump is standing in with a bunch of pumps, he had an altercation with one of the Karens, and they all would have saw that, I thought. Or no? Just one of them were there.
They had a fight with one of the Karens.
Yeah.
And the rest were not there to see.
The rest were
what
not there
happened.
to see. Only after that first Karen was defeated did the other tombs start opening because of the commotion.
Right, that's when they opened. Okay,
Yep.
okay.
But they will have seen the remains of one of their sisters in matrimony, maybe. I don't know. That we haven't addressed that fact yet.
Okay, then yeah, I guess we just kind of like hope that none of us are instantly pointed out, and hopefully they go right for them. But if not, we should have rings ready.
Yeah.
Because if we can't make a quick escape, then we need to figure something else out, because we can't just fight them head on.
Yeah.
I just want baklava.
Yes,
yeah,
my little flower of the Nightingale Desert.
The wild addiction.
I'm just like hiding in the corner. I really miss that right about now.
May the sweetness of the morning dew caress your face.
Alright. Well, I guess we're hiding.
Audience, remember, you can redeem a roll d20 at any point to interfere with the proceedings.
Or don't.
Don't. Yeah. or roll one to make things better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
May the dice rolls ever be in your favor.
Yeah.
Maybe like redeem roll d20 to see if the Karens send the guard to the guy and
May the fleas of 1,000 camels infest your loins.
All right. Yep, just hiding.
That seems cruel and unusual.
Okay, you see. Well, Mr. Pump senses or hears more than anything because he's got his eyes shut. Otherwise, these two red cones of flashlight energy would be kind of lighthousing their way around the room. Mr. Pump hears. The other two of you see these four feathered figures slightly touching down on the floor. They've kind of floated down through the ceiling as they've begun to materialize, and they're very lightly touched on the ground. And again, for those of you that missed it earlier, this is what I'm basing the tomb guards upon. I do not own the copyright to this. I found it on Instagram. I will continue to attempt to find who the original artist was and let you know. But these are the tomb guards that you're currently facing. You are in the pyramid of King Tepikaimon the first pharaoh of the Gel. On the first level of the pyramid, when you were being given the tour, you saw a lot of the murals and the carvings and the paintwork that was displayed around that first layer of the tomb. And most of what you saw were depictions of the sun god, Ra, and the falcon god. Now, these guards would... I'm hinting towards these are perhaps maybe falcon priestesses or worshippers of the falcon god. But that hence the kind of clothing that they're wearing. You watch them touch down on the floor. There is no sound. There is no disturbance in the air. There's no movement around you other than the mutterings of the remaining Karens in the back corner of the tomb. And as you watch these guards touch down, they almost seem to be floating millimeters off the ground. But they're not actually touching it. You don't see any dust kind of puffing up as their feet touch the ground. They're just there. Almost like spectres or ghosts just materializing slowly in the tomb in front of you. The four guards spread out. Two of the guards head towards the corner of the room where the Karens were banished by our cleric using Turn Undead. And two of the guards stay centered in the room.
And where exactly are we?
So, Eric, you are standing up against the wall just off the center of the room. So you came in from the south side of the room.
Yeah.
Your exit is on the north side. The room is pretty much a square, about 90 feet square. So you've got a square chamber that you're in. The sarcophaguses were laid in the center of the room, and around the outside were all the golems that had been deactivated and were essentially statues standing around the outskirts of the room. Eric, you've managed to kind of slide your way in between one of the golems, so you're on, let's say, the east wall. Brian, you're kind of invisible, kind of trapped in the lower center of the room, because you don't dare move at this point. You turned the Karens, they fled into one of the corners, but you're in the lower center of the room and you don't dare move at this stage. Sam, I'm going to place you on the south wall, which is the entrance where we all came in, and you're hiding in the shadows against that wall. The room has no natural light, other than any magical spells that you've used, but there seems to be light, very gentle light, almost as if it's been filtered through layers and layers of cloth. There seems to be very dim, very gentle light coming from the ceiling above you. So even without dark vision, the cleric can see something, but it's very, very dim. Now, as the guards descended into the room, the first thing that they did, as I said, they spread out. Two of the guards have remained in the center. One of the guards holds her hands up, and you see, almost Doctor Strange-like, these concentric circles start appearing in her hands, in both of her hands. They seem to be glowing with a golden kind of glow to them, and they're spinning very, very slowly. And they're coming out of both of her hands. The other guard looks towards the walls of the tomb, snaps her fingers, and the torches light.
Oh, don't like it. Don't like that. That's bad. That's bad news. This is my thinking spoon, alright?
I was wondering if you were just
wondering.
like...
Yeah, is he gonna notice it?
That spoon's not going to get washed ever again, is it? There's my thinking spoon. Y'all are in trouble here because my thinking spoon tells me y'all's going to get a good ass whipping.
Oh my god, that was
Okay,
good.
so-
That was well done.
Yeah, this is Deputy JW. Here with my thinking spoon and my martini glass. Bond reference, by the way, if anybody didn't get that. Man with the golden gun.
So...
Apparently you're not the only one with a thinking spoon, Mr. Pump. Mr. Pump ain't the only one in this here bio with a thinking spoon.
Do we want to use those rings now?
Do we need to at this second?
I mean, I've got a bunny on my head. And the torches just turned on behind me. Makes it pretty obvious.
Yeah, I think I missed that part of
Yeah.
the bun on your head.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe, yeah, that's a good idea. Wait, as soon as you move, though, they're gonna notice, so...
So how are you going to put the rings on?
Well, we just have to be very sure that this is what we're gonna want to do, that's all. Because as soon as
Yeah.
we do it, they know. Like, they've spread out. They've spread out. We can go all sneaky, whoop past.
Right.
You can go all sneaky, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, if I move, there's a risk that I would make noise.
Yeah. Brian sounds like a cutlery set in a washing machine. And Mr. Eric moves like geology. So if Mr. Pump is moving around that room, it's going to sound like a small landslide.
I guess we can wait a little bit longer. I don't know.
Well, if the lights just turned on and you have a bun on your head, I don't think we have much of a choice at this point.
Eric, you can feel the bun.
We could go back to my carnival option. The head, I have a bun, full bun out of head. Ta-da! They're like, oh, you can go. That's how it's gonna go.
Eric,
Yeah,
Eric,
exactly.
while this is happening, you feel a on the top of your head. You feel it. You don't hear it. You just feel it.
No. Oh, we gotta make it.
In Mr. Pump's mind, it's fucking done. Shut the
Okay, we gotta make a decision. He's rolling.
Do I even have a ring? You guys got rings. Do I even have a ring?
You came with one. It was included with.
Am I the ring? Is
Yeah, you just have to rub his rosy little tushy, and he.
I thought maybe if I grab my feet and just make myself a ring, and then
maybe you just twiddle that random thing that's between your legs that you haven't figured out about yet. Two of the guards have corralled the Karens. You can hear the mutterings and the whispers. Yeah, they just came in and they started saying, one of them pretended to be a manager. I'd never heard of anything like that before. As they're muttering away in the corner. Both of those guards also raise their hands, and you see that the concentric circles start spinning in their hands.
No.
It appears at this point that the Karens are just kind of huddled in the corner, still under the influence of the turn undead spell. But the guards are certainly questioning the Karens as to what's going on. Until the spell wears off, you may still have some time.
Okay. So, how close am I to Brian?
About a good 40 feet away. Fortunately, you're not standing directly under one of the torches, because that would be bad.
Mm-hmm.
But you're up against the back wall.
What does Potion of Hasty Escape do?
I have no idea. I've never heard of that one before. Hang on. Where's my manual?
I have them. I don't know what they do. I did when I picked them out, but I don't now.
Did I give you a Potion of Hasty Escape? That was remiss of me.
Yeah, I bought it.
Potions. Figurines, staves, instruments of the barge, Mage of Terror. Ooh, Quell's Feather Token, that would have been handy. Right. You have a Potion of Haste, yes. So, very much like Final Fantasy, that increases your speed. That will double your movement distance. So,
Hasty Escape. It says Hasty Escape.
Yeah, so it's basically you'll double your movement distance. So if you wanted to peg it, you could drink that and you could dash right across the room and you're gone. It's not really one that you can kind of share with the rest of the party, though.
No, I'd have to put individual ones on the people, right?
Are you going to share with the class?
Or you mean like I can't give it to other people?
Pass the pushing on the left hand side.
Whoa.
So, I'm only drinking single.
I haven't heard that song since I watched Scooby-Doo.
I'm only drinking single Vespers because this glass isn't big enough to do a double.
And you'd be shittered by the time halfway through this game is complete.
No, there's no raw onions or chilies in this. I'm fine.
Oh, sir. Okay. Fuck. Do you still have flying potions left, Brian?
I do, because they do refill. It's been a while since we used one.
You wouldn't
But
make noise.
I would have to. Well, I would have to go for the potions very slowly.
Currently, we're
Plus,
hidden. Like, now's the time that we'd be able to do that and remove ourselves from this shitty situation.
You remember, if
but
Brian
still,
if Brian
they still move
moves,
the same rate.
if Brian moves, given his armor, because he's wearing a mix of chainmail and plate, he's going to sound like a tool bag in a tumble dryer.
So, I thought the flying would help the sound.
Just moving, he's going to have to inch his way down to his pouch, just to stop the chainmail kind of swishing and jangling as he does. He might be invisible, but he's not in a cone of silence. Would have been handy, that. Would have been handy. Used that earlier.
Isn't there like a 10% chance that any invisibility potion is also audio component as well?
Not in this world, it isn't. There's actually a 10% chance it might not even work. At this point, those of you that have eyes that are open and working, you notice that the two guards that have corralled the Karens both have their hands up with the spinning circles. The two in the centre are sweeping around the room looking. One of them raises her hand up with that spinning circle, pointing it towards the ceiling. You see the whole hand glow. The other guard, the other guard fixes her eyes on all three of you in turn.
Great.
Including you, Brian.
Fantastic.
So it's probably like a detect magic or detect enemy.
Yeah, I think it's time to either book it or put that ring on. Fancy.
Remember, I mentioned that I based these tomb guards on a lich, which means they have devil sight. They do also have high-level magic, and yes, they do have detect magic.
Is there any chance of reasoning with these guards?
You don't know. You haven't attempted. You've just assumed that they're dangerous.
Well, I mean, they are dangerous. It's just whether or not they want to use that danger.
Whether they pose an imminent danger.
Yeah, a threat. They're dangerous, but they may not be a threat.
Yeah, so about now in this campaign is not the time when I feel it's worth even mentioning rules of engagement. Because it's not like that's ever mattered up to now.
You said this is the tomb of King Tepikaiman the First? Right?
Yes, the first pharaoh of the Gel.
Would it help if I said something?
Wait, are you
King Tepikaiman the First?
Are you name dropping in front of his 6 remaining mummified wives after massacring the first one? You did drop kick a mummy between 2 pillars for 3-point conversion.
One of his wives.
I gave you the 3-point
buried with.
I gave you the 3-point conversion, by the way.
Purposefully buried in a different room. Just saying. I feel like there's a little bit of a disconnect there.
Absolutely.
That I may have done a good thing.
Yeah, Taros. Taros. It's something along the lines of "Do not murder until murdered first." That's generally the rule of engagement, but it's the Discworld, so it doesn't really matter. And these guys have been very pro-murder up to now, especially Mr. Pump, who was battling with a possible descent into chaotic evil at one point in the game.
You gotta bring that up every time.
Yeah, Mr. Pump almost went full necromancer.
That was not what the intention was, and you know it.
Yes, but I gave you an opportunity to get out of it, didn't I? And it was quite epic. Even though you weren't here for it, it was quite epic.
So... Oh, God,
that was my hydrate, by the way. This is rapidly cooling tea.
I feel like we should... Maybe someone should try to talk to the guards. Sounds like a terrible idea, but like...
I don't want to bring down the mood, but something terrible just happened.
I was kind of thinking that.
Matt was at his store and he heard a commotion outside, and then he went outside and a lady was hit by a car, and then the driver ran and he did CPR, but she died.
Oh, that's going to be rough.
Wow.
So he just called me very, very, very unhappy.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was weird. I've never heard him like that ever.
Is he closing up the store? Is he or is he staying for the police?
He's staying for the police, but he's making phone calls right now asking if he can close the store and do all of that because he's by himself. Wow. Ah.
Well, try not to stress about it, because there's only so much you know at this stage.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you can do about it at this stage. But
no, I know. I just feel really bad, and I want to help, and I can't.
Yeah.
Well, if he rings, then yeah, feel free to jump off and speak to him.
Yeah.
It's hot in here.
Well, you are wearing a Christmas jumper.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Now I'm not.
All right.
So we're going to the Orca-Chu?
Either that or we try.
Was that a destination request or a Pokemon?
Pokemon.
Right. Well, Eric's still sucking on his thinking spoon, so we haven't made our decision yet, have we?
We could. I guess we could try the orichalcum, and then when we come back, maybe we might be able to reason with the guards.
Try that. Yep. Okay. Baby dragon.
Should we say something before we just suddenly start moving?
Avada Kedavra.
Probably not the best choice of words.
Is Azil 22? Lurking, still at work? Not a problem, sir. Thank you for joining. Thank you for first time chatting, by the way. I hope you're enjoying it so far.
I think, if I'm not wrong, I saw him in Tony's stream.
Ah, you're a friend of Hey Tony. And if you're a friend of Hey Tony, you know how much I love trolling Tony. Once he got himself on that special list with the local police force. Azile. Okay. Azile.
Am I wrong? Is it Tony's stream you're from, or is it a different one? Because
I've only been in Tony's and Dahlia's today, but I got shout-outs on both. Okay, Taros knows. So, yeah, if Taros knows her, then probably Tony's. Okay, while you are deliberating, one of the guards comes up to Mr. Pump. The spinning hand is laid upon his chest. Eric, you feel nothing, but she has done this nonetheless. The other hand points to where Brian is currently invisible against one of the back wall, in the almost middle of the room, and points the spinning, kind of glowing circular hand towards Brian. The other guard that's holding her hand up towards the ceiling points her hand at the back wall to where Sam is standing. And they are frozen there for the moment.
For the moment, yes.
We are still technically in turn order, because this was still a combat round. Sam, can you give me a d20 for initiative? Add your initiative bonuses.
Gonna have to.
Okay. So, Eric, you were on a 20. The Karens were on a 19. Sam on a 16. Brian on a 9. And the guards are on a turn of 5. That's one of the dice I was rolling earlier.
Okay.
Wow.
What the heck are they doing?
Rylan.
Eric's spoons are multiplying.
All right. Well, they know where we are, so being quiet doesn't matter.
Oh, they know where you are. They've also effectively held you in place.
Yeah.
Alright, time to talk our way out of this. So I pulled this out of a hat.
The jackalope?
Yeah. We were sent for entertainment.
I want to. God, I hate this. I want to ask. Do you understand common?
We understand all languages.
Kind of figured that was going to be the answer, but you know.
I like her voice.
Just want to check.
Oh, thank you.
It's been a while since I've used it, so. Do you say that out loud? Is that an actual compliment that you made? Might help.
Probably. I'm being honest. I'm very blunt and out there. So yeah,
I have
probably.
a feeling.
It makes no. It has no effect.
Was the voice actually out loud when she spoke back to me? It wasn't like like inside my mind.
No, it was inside your mind.
Okay, it was.
Yes.
That's what I.
You
that's
all
also
heard
what
it.
I expected.
You all heard it
So
in
it's
your mind.
telepathic.
It just bypassed your ears. Oh fuck. One of the guards that is attending to the Karens turns towards the room. You see her raise her hand and the circles disappear as she closes her fist. All the magic that you may or may not have been using is dispelled. Brian, you are now visible. Your turn undead has now ended. Sam, your stealth, you are still kind of hiding in the corner, but they know where you are. They can see you. But that isn't particularly magical. Eric, you have one of the guards standing in front of you, almost, just a few inches away from your chest.
Mm-hmm.
You hear a boing, and a little flap pops open in the box. Ow! What on earth was... Oh! This looks bad.
Ow.
This looks very bad. You see the imp pop up from the just like... This looks very bad. And his pointy ears are waggling around like a bunny in a hurricane.
I have a feeling that even if we try to use the rings, they wouldn't work right now.
Well, we're in... I thought we can't move.
Sure, but even if we could, I still feel like it wouldn't matter.
I mean, the magic we were using is dispelled.
Right. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It's like.
So maybe it would.
And she did that with the close of a fist.
Right. Yeah. So I feel like we could pull out the rings, put them on, and she'd be like, "Nah, that's cute. That's cute."
Yeah,
That's
but
nice.
the rings are an innate magic, so they're not like a spell.
Right.
Like when you're looking at magical armor, if someone does a dispel magic, that armor is still the same protection. So it's not going to affect the rings. Because it would actually have to be like kind of like a greater dispel magic that's specifically focused on that item.
Or, and I did say they were very high level, this could be a null magic field that they're using.
Yeah, I was going to say that too. If it's an anti-magic shield, yes.
Which is the one that's holding her hand up towards the ceiling.
Yeah, Mudside. Yeah.
We have no total party decision yet either.
Okay, I want to ask, do you intend to harm us?
We are the guard. We have been summoned.
Can we work out some kind of understanding?
The Karens...
We mean no harm.
The Karens immediately start, once the dispel magic comes into place, the Karens immediately start chattering away at full volume. Shouting profanities, shouting all of their very lengthy diatribes about how they've been treated, how this is completely intolerable, how this is not how a customer should be treated, how they're not racist, how they were just innocently standing here and you three tomb robbers burst into the room attacking one of their own.
We haven't robbed anything. We were just passing through.
Well, you did deviate from the tour.
Does that mean that we're taking anything?
They're Karens. Just be glad they haven't they haven't labelled you as murderers and even worse, archaeologists.
Hey, archaeologist is a noble profession.
Not if you're an entombed mummy, it isn't. It's a bit invasive. It's almost like the dentist of the undead. Come in here, have a poke around, grab what you need, and then right. Oh yeah, okay. I'll see you again in 3 months. Make sure you floss.
Oh man, I don't know what to say. I mean, you guys can talk to the guards too. Like, what should we say? Because I feel like our only shot is to talk our way out of it right now.
Well, we're just looking to learn more about the team itself.
Yeah.
Because we were intrigued by the entryway and we wanted to learn more on what was happening.
Did you just say intrigued by the entryway?
Yeah.
That's what she said.
No, actually, Sam, that sounds a bit rapey, actually, so let's not go there.
That's my boob, you asshole. Literally. Wow.
Was that
Remove yourself from this situation, cat.
Was that Jericho eating your cauliflower?
No, it's her.
Oh.
Being like, hey mom, love me. Hey mom, love me.
Hey mum, I'm gonna eat your food if you don't love me.
No, it's scratching my boob. Rude.
Give her the cauliflower and see if she likes it.
Do you want some cauliflower? Wouldn't it be so good? Look at.
I'm seeing that YouTube video. I wonder if she's gonna gag when you in front of her.
Look, it's. Do you want vegetables? Vegetable?
I want to ask if there's anything we can do to assist them.
No. Yeah.
We are the guard. We have been summoned.
Trying to think nice thoughts. Happy thoughts.
So, the two guards that are holding the Karens in the corner of the tomb, the Karens are obviously pointing and shouting, and the meme with the cat sitting there at the dining table. Yeah, it's like desperate housewives in the desperate 1,000-year-old housewives in the corner of that tomb as they're throwing accusations at you about how one of them falsified his credentials as a manager, and she didn't see any identification. There's all kinds of things going on that side of the room. The two in the center that are effectively holding you have displayed no hostility, but they are neither hostile nor are they interested in engaging in conversation at this time. Now, if this was a group of mall cops, they would have just rolled in on their segways and just attempted to taser everybody and ask questions later.
These are guards. They want us gone.
Oh.
Gone or dead. So we should probably choose gone and just like put our hands up and be like, we can leave.
No worries, Mark. Thanks for dropping by. If you want to keep us open on speaker while you're working, brilliant. But yeah, we'll be here for a couple of hours yet, unless of course these guys completely fuck it up, and then they may all be dead by the time you get your first break. Oh, that wasn't ominous at all, was it?
I feel like we might have missed the window of leaving peacefully.
It's better to try than just to fight. They're not being hostile, but they don't want to engage in conversation. They don't want to engage in conversation though.
Right, yeah, but we're not. We can't. Can we even move?
Do you want to try and move?
I'm good.
No, comfy.
I can stay like this for literally forever. So
quite literally, yes.
Yeah, I'm good.
I need another book. Why do I have tinsel on the floor, of all things?
Did you drag it from downstairs?
No, I have no tinsel in this house whatsoever, because tinsel is the most hated thing in my existence. But I have one thread of gold tinsel that has appeared, as if by magic, on the floor next to me. This is an omen.
One of those beautiful omens. It's like, let your party members go.
Tinsel is the evil of the 19th. Tinsel is the evil of the 1970s. It will not be tolerated. I have beads. I have baubles. I have glittery ornaments that are made of glass. I have no tinsel. There will be no
Our
tinsel.
tinsel was silver.
Oh yeah, my tinsel's silver.
Growing up, it was silver, it was green, it was red, it was gold. Thankfully, blue tinsel wasn't a thing in the 70s. But my parents bought a Christmas tree in the very early 80s when we first moved to the UK, and it was the same Christmas tree with the same decorations that were rolled out for 2 decades. I hate tinsel. I also hate multicolored Christmas lights, but that's just me. I prefer the just plain white or the kind of soft.
Monochrome?
Yes. I go green and gold on the tree, which I haven't put up this year, unfortunately, because I'm not going to be here. But I go green and gold, green, red, and gold on the tree with just plain white little yellow candlelights. Mr. Pump has gone into hibernation mode.
I don't know what we're supposed to do. Like, what can we even? They don't want to talk to us. They don't like what's the point of us thinking? Like, what did we?
That's called a freak out.
You just lick me? Did you just give me an actual kiss?
This is fine.
That's amazing. She never gives me actual kisses. She just bites my face.
Oh, she's gonna claw the fuck out you any minute now.
No, she's not. She doesn't claw.
But
She just stays happy.
she'll summon Jericho to come and claw the fuck out of you.
All right. I don't know.
You are very much in a position of waiting and seeing.
Yeah.
Yes. So, are you going to wait and see?
What else are we gonna do?
I still want to try to put my hands up to see if they
Then do it.
like.
I will not.
Well, we're just trying the whole surrender thing to say we're not here to do harm.
Sam, you attempt to move and find that you cannot.
Literally can't. Okay, cool.
Whatever spell they're using to hold you is holding you completely. As you're watching the room, you see the two guards in the center that are holding you shimmer, almost like they're moving out of phase, almost like you've gone slightly cross-eyed. The two guards in the corner that are dealing with the Karens begin to step back from the Karens, and the Karens begin to spread themselves along the opposite wall of the two. They're still hurling accusations, pretending to be wounded or injured or emotionally distraught, crying on each other's shoulders while screaming at you incoherently. As they do that, the other two guards kind of form up in the middle of the tomb, almost forming a physical barrier between you and the Karens. The guards using the hold spell lower their hands, with the exception of the one in the center that's still using the hold spell on the room itself. While they're all hurling accusations and derogatory comments and things about being archaeologists out for just tomb robbing, and how you've emotionally destroyed them, and how you terrified them for their lives, the guards, all four of them, turn to face you. We are the guard. We have been summoned. Explain yourselves.
Oh, we explain ourselves. Okay.
Before you say anything, decide if you're going to do this with or without dice rolls.
What do you guys think? What? We've not been asked this question before.
Yeah, that's
Well, it's whether we can be creative enough.
right.
Well, in that case, while you decide whether you can be creative enough, we are almost 2 hours in, so I am going to take a short break. So, guys, we will be back shortly. We'll give these guys a chance to discuss. Bless you. And we shall see you in about, let's say, 10 minutes. Be right back. So we are back, and we are avoiding some interesting double entendres while deciding how they're going to get themselves out of this mess.
So, Brian, are you gonna try and see what you can do here?
Well, we have had some information that has kind of led us on a trail.
Are you speaking this out loud as your character?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
speaking out loud. So information that we have is kind of led us to this point, to where we're investigating information on some possible solution to an issue that has arisen due to the actions that we've done.
The four guards turn to face you all, and in unison say, "State the issue."
Damn it. Okay, I guess I'm gonna come out and say it is we had inadvertently released the King of the Dragons that seems to have bent on causing mass destruction.
In unison they all reply, "You have found the great dragon and released him upon this world. Is this correct?"
It is correct, but we're trying to resolve the situation to get it back under control.
The four guards turn to face the Karens, and the circles, the spinning concentric circles, appear in their hands. You see the mummified Karens being literally pulled away from the wall, almost as if they're being forcibly stuffed back into their sarcophagi, and the lid slammed shut. They turn back to face you, all but one. The three of them are holding their hands up at the spinning circles. One of them has the other hand up to the ceiling of the room. One of them is the only one that isn't facing you, is approaching the remains of the first Karen. You see her kneel down. The feathered robe looks as if it's spreading out on the ground, but it's just a fraction of a millimeter away from the surface of the stone, almost as if it's hovering on the glowing light that surrounds these guards. As you watch her, you see the ghosts of the past few moments being replayed in front of you, almost like security video footage being rewound. The bones coalesce and move back in a ghostly image to the center of the room. You see the ghostly outline of the golem and the priest standing in the center, with the Karen pointing and shouting at them. And you see the first strike. The guard steps up away and kind of floats back away from the remains of the first Karen and floats back to the others. We have investigated. We are the guards. We have been summoned. We have determined. First strike. And with that, they all draw a curved sword in one hand. Right, we are back into order of... back into initiative order. Eric, you're at the top.
Eric, do you see how your decisions fuck us? Yay, it's not me this time! Woo! Exactly, Mr.
want to make. I'm gonna make a decision. Please, I'm saying this out loud. Please leave my party members out of this. I made the decision to make the first strike.
The guards are holding a curved arak, like a curved semicircular sword, almost like a giant sickle, in their dominant hands. Meanwhile, they're holding out their left hands with the spinning circles. They pause. In unison, they say, "Do you accept the punishment?"
Yes.
Right, audience, I will give you an opportunity to roll d20 to intervene before I make my next dice roll. Anything, I'm going to make it 50-50, that's the fairest I can. Anything above...
No, Marie, you cannot go to bed. You gotta fix this. You gotta help us fix this. No bed for you.
Anything above a 10. Anything above a 10 will change the outcome. All right, okay, we have a d20. Where is it? There we go.
Just literally pulled Hunger Games a Volunteers Tribute.
Wow.
It was a 10.
Yes, Mr. P.
We're friendly.
Welp indeed. Sam, you and the cleric watch as Mr. Pump is rushed by all 4 guards.
I would probably start crying and yelling, just so they know that. I'll join in with the Karens. I'll cry and yell.
You cannot move.
I'm still crying and yelling. If on the inside, then.
Eric, what's your AC?
17.
That's 3 hits and a crit. Oh, that went off the table.
Mr. Puff, he goes and spin. Oh my god.
Oh, 15. Right, Mr. Pump, take 42 points of damage. Plus the crit, so 52 points of damage.
So an extra 10.
Yes.
Alright.
What's your total on that?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Quite.
My max HP is 104. I am at 27.
Can I step in? Can I step in?
Maybe
Right.
move.
Eric, it is your turn in the initiative order. You cannot move.
Yeah, I wasn't going to.
You have the ability to speak, but you cannot move.
Sorry, out of character. Out of character. I really want to say I'd like to speak to the manager.
Brian? Do you want to handle this? You're the new guy shadowing Mr. Pump.
Your last words to be, I want to speak to the manager. Really? Terrible.
I don't know.
Angelic, thank you very much for joining and lurking. I hope you're at least kind of enjoying some of the death of this party. at the hands of 4 ethereal tomb guards, which kind of look like this. While you're deciding what you say, the bun leaps off your head and lands on the floor, and you hear the very faintest of... Oh, migraines are nasty. I used to get those when I was at uni.
I need some help. I need help. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say.
Mr. P, that is something we've hoped we've never had to determine.
Because I would probably say in the single digits.
No, much higher than that. Much higher than that. But we haven't yet found out how many hit points a Bun has. Especially since this is the king of the Bun Buns, because it's the jackalope with the horns.
Okay, well hopefully Bun does damage when attacking, because that's Mr. Pump's last hope right now. It's the only thing out of all of us that can move right now.
Yeah, the guards get 2 melee attacks per round, and they do 2d6 plus 3 damage. And they rolled high on that last attack, because they did just rush the golem.
There's like nothing I can think of that's gonna help the situation.
Play the character. Think back on the last couple of episodes and everything Mr. Pump's been through. Play the character. What did you do in that arena that the players don't know about yet? We had this talk. That arena combat changed Mr. Pump to the point that you're actually acting selflessly and accepting punishment and putting yourself in the way of these guards and the rest of the party. Play out your character.
I want to ask Google to tell the Bun to stand down.
Insert name here. I'm not entirely sure he will, but I will certainly relay the message. I'm afraid the situation looks very dire. It has been an honor to serve you, sir.
I hate this so much.
Sam, your turn. You are held, so you cannot move.
I'm going to say, please, for the rest of Golem kind, do not kill Pump. That's it. That's all I'm gonna cry that though, because let's be honest, I'm fucking crying.
Brian, your turn. You are also held. You cannot move, but you can speak.
is only the punishment death? Is there no other form of restitution that we can do?
We are the guard. We have been summoned. We have judged. Destruction for destruction. What other toll do you What other toll do you offer?
Well, that kind of put me on the spot there.
I warned you this one would be tough. You cannot fight your way out of this. That's obvious. But we can always drink our way to happiness, can't we?
What if I volunteered to stay and search the tomb if it meant letting everyone else go? It would be for the tomb, and it would. That's what they.
Yeah, no,
Mr. Pumpkin move.
yeah, Mr. Pumpkin be like, fuck off. I'm debating whether I should tell them to take out my camp.
Take out your what? Why?
Because that's not killing me, technically. But it's also
If you survive the next round,
right.
it's not your turn.
So it's up to Brian right now. Oh, no pressure. No pressure
Mr. P, gin today was Bombay Sapphire. Morrison's had a special offer.
Nice gin?
Yes, we offer a gin, a toast of gin to the gods that are moving the pieces across this board. I never said the ballad of Mr. Pump would be a happy one.
There's one thing I think.
Well, I'm also thinking a step ahead, though, too.
Yeah.
Because it depends on what happens after their sentence is final. But I'm just wondering if... So the gift was the mace, but we obtained the axe. So I'm wondering if
There's also the...
I'm just wondering if I should use my insight on this one to whether the axe itself would be a feasible replacement.
Can the players appeal to the gods? That's an interesting one.
I might be about to appeal to death, so...
So, the gods themselves, for those of you that have caught many of these episodes, Mr. P, I know you've been in the vast majority of these, hence being VIP. You're a VI Mr. P. The early prologues have talked about the gods playing games with the lives of mortals and how they are literally moving pieces across a board. Now, the last 5 or 6 episodes, I've deviated from that to kind of expand the game a little, to kind of give everyone a bit of a feel for some of the other characters that are involved in this story, including Sweeper, Lao Tse, who's the little bald-headed man with the orange robes and the big spinning stone on his back. You have, actually some of you have met Death on more than one occasion now. And there are other things happening on the disc that all tie into this story. So appealing to the gods when it's the gods that are actually moving the pieces is going to be difficult. Now, Brian, if you were to offer a prayer to Offla at this point, it is your turn, by the way. If you were to offer a prayer to Offla, do you feel your god would look fondly? Oh, you beat me to it, damn it. First time chatter, last time chatter, bitch.
The question is, yeah, it's like, would he offer me a boon?
You can try. Honestly, I don't see another option. We've done a lot of talking, and nothing is.
Yeah, you.
So a different kind of insight.
Okay, well, what do you want to roll, and tell me what for?
Well, I'm kind of sitting at a conundrum on what would be a feasible replacement.
What, for Mr. Pump?
Or for the sentence that is being cast.
Oh, right. I mean, there's always Jeff.
I'm not okay with this.
No, that was George.
Right, George.
Oh, there's always George as well. No, I don't know if George has that little flap in the back of his head for a chem.
Well, yeah, so it's a +9 for insight for me.
Okay, what are you rolling for?
Well, like whether, I'm thinking like whether the axe itself would be something that would be acceptable.
Okay, roll your d20, +9. Fingers, toes, and testicles crossed.
And what would be really weird is if I pulled another critical out of this one.
Oh, we got to redeem d20, Brian. You roll with advantage.
Oh, okay. Well, that one's pretty good.
That's small favors.
Well, yeah.
Sounds like a 19.
Not that good because that was a 2.
Oh.
But I rolled a 15, so I got 24.
Okay, you close your eyes and you offer a small prayer to the god Offla, the crocodile god.
Show me the way.
As you close your eyes and kind of mouth the silent words of your prayer, you have what is essentially an epiphany. You enter for a moment a dreamlike state where you are just a tiny little human standing on a cloud. And standing above you with the body of, frankly, Arnold Schwarzenegger in his early years and the head of a crocodile standing above you. Ah, my disciple, you stand before your God. What do you say? He grins that crocodile grin that is so familiar to you.
Mm-hmm. A valued member of my group that is trying to complete this quest has been sentenced to death for an action that he has taken. What can I do?
Carry on.
Yeah, what can I do as an offering replacement to spare the soul?
Was this sentence a fair one?
it depends on your description of fair. It is a balance of an eye for an eye.
Then I rephrase the question. There is irritation in his voice. Did he commit the crime he was committed to? That he was condemned to? That he must suffer for?
Yes, he did commit the crime.
Then what do you offer in return?
I offer a treasure in replacement of his punishment.
What trinkets do you have that would interest a god?
Well, it depends if he wants to rest and relaxation there.
Okay, first of all, well done for breaking the tension there, but timing's a little off. And it is warm under here because I am wearing a very ugly Christmas jumper.
I offer up one of the valued objects that I have is the axe.
These items I could take from you on a whim, mortal. They are of no concern to me. What do you offer? Apart from trinkets. Do you barter with your life?
If it would work to spare him, I would offer a penance.
Ophala grins at you, standing hundreds of feet above you in the clouds and the whirling smoke of your dream state. Your life will be penance in such a bargain. Do you accept?
Yes.
The dream state ends.
All my friends are dying. All my friends are dying.
Brian, you snap out of your dream state to see, just in time to see the guards rush Mr. Pump again. On their turn. Eric, 35 points of damage as the guards swarm you.
That's more than what I've got left.
Okay, Eric, you go down.
Yes.
Time for the rest of the party stops. Eric, you find yourself looking at the same room from the same position, but everything has gone a bit kind of black and white. Almost negative. Well, a robed figure is standing beside you, holding a scythe. This is not what I had envisaged. But, curious.
In what way?
I normally show up in person only for the wizards and for royalty. But you, Mr. Pump, have elevated yourself beyond mere mortality, if you will. almost beyond the status of a king. You have become a god amongst your people. So, I have come. The robed figure seems to, no matter how tall you are, the robed figure seems to stand a little taller than you. He looks down upon you, and you can see the bony skull within the hood and the glowing blue eyes. He's holding his scythe with one hand, and you can hear a bony finger tapping on the wood. This, however, is most peculiar. He pulls a small hourglass from within his cloak. This is a lifetimer. Every mortal upon the disc has one. This one is of no consequence. Tucks it back into his cloak. Because, Mr. Pump, you do not have a lifetimer. You are not alive. Most peculiar. Eric, it is your turn in the order. Your body is lying... Well, no, your body is still standing completely frozen still. You are moving as a shade of yourself. You're looking down at the floor. You are looking around, and you can see the other members of the party, almost floating as if in a black and white dream state. But death standing next to you is so real you could reach out and touch him. Please don't.
I would like to ask a couple of questions.
They always do.
First, will my friends be okay?
That I cannot tell you. It is a matter of quantum. My concern is your eternal soul. But we have a dilemma. You are not alive, Mr. Pump. Therefore you have no soul. Yet here I am. We are in a quandary. We are in a predicament.
So that leads to my second question. What are my options?
I do not know. I'm playing this one by ear, as it were.
Again, out of character, is there a manager I can speak to?
You are speaking to death. Do you want to pick another one of the 5 horsemen? I mean, there's four other horsemen you can choose from. Now, for the rest of the party, while Eric decides how he's going to take this discussion with Death, I will say that your decisions were not far off. You were just too slow. There were opportunities to change the course of what happened today, but dice rolls have mostly taken precedent. But you were too slow deciding on what you were going to do. That's not to say this situation is hopeless. Eric, you had a third question.
No, I didn't. But my response, I guess, to what he's been saying is that I'll find that later.
Fuck the dice.
As long as I can protect my friends in any way, that is all that I ask for.
Admirable. Hence why you are seen as royalty. Sam, it's your turn. Oh, sorry, before your turn. Sorry, my apologies. Eric, I need a d20 death save from you.
Right, yeah. That's a 14.
That's one pass. Sam, it's your turn.
Oh, in my mind, Pump is dead and just dead. So...
Pump is down.
Right.
Remember, one of the wishes was to make his Mr. Pump amenable to healing magic.
Right.
Pump is down.
And I still can't move. So... I'm just gonna look at the guards and I'm sure I'm still quite upset because I'm dicked, but I'm just gonna say, was justice served in your eyes?
The guard nearest to you turns to face you, and all four of them in unison say, "The punishment was accepted. We are the guard."
Can we go?
Are you going to attempt to move?
No, I'm not gonna bother right now.
Okay. Brian, your turn.
The question is whether I can move or not. I wish there was like a faster way to scroll through the guide.
Right, well, while you do that, I'm going to nip to the toilet. I'm not going to call a break, but I'll be back in a second.
Just as he was saying that, I found it.
You're like, I would act that way, Mahavishnu, if I were a person. But I'm not a person.
Well, that was a shit show.
It's so funny for the description.
Okay.
Because I'm looking at stabilizing you.
Yeah.
Spare the dying. Because the problem is it's somatic. So verbal and somatic. So I need to do hand gestures. It is touch. You touch a living creature that has 0 hit points. The creature becomes stable. However, it continues to go on This spell has no effect on undead or constructs, in which you fall under the heading of construct.
Well, but
however, the wish would override that limitation of construct.
Right.
It is a healing
But
spell.
really, we'd have to wait until we are free for you to do that.
Yeah, technically.
It needs to be done before he does his third roll. And he's already done his first roll.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have to try to
So,
get you...
am I able to perform any type of movement at all?
No, you are not. You are still held.
Is it? Do I only get 3 rolls, or is it until I get either 3 successes?
3 rolls,
Okay.
and it's the best of 3.
Okay, gotcha.
If you crit,
Being held.
if you crit on a death save, you are automatically unconscious. You're automatically alive on 1 hit point.
Okay.
But unconscious. You're still prone and unconscious. That's if you crit. If you crit fail, you automatically lose.
Okay.
So 1 to 10 is a failure. 11 to 20 is a success. A crit success means you automatically wake up with 1 hit point. A crit fail means you're automatically dead.
Yeah.
Brian, you are unable to move in any way, shape, or form other than the ability to speak. You are still being questioned by the guards.
But the thing is here, is the verdict was already accepted. Why are we still being held?
How do I phrase this? There could still be time for a miscarriage of justice.
Additional persuasion.
Citation required. Right, Brian, are you going to appeal to the guards?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and appeal.
You have failed. Roll d20 gave us a 2.
Ooh, yeah, that's a big fail.
Good attempt though, Mr. P. The guards.
You could.
That's your turn, Brian. The guards continue to hold you in position. They withdraw, sheath their blades, but the spinning circles are still in place. Mr. Pump. Can I get a d20 from you?
Me?
Death save.
Yeah. That's a 2.
1 and 1. This does not appear to be going in your favor, does it?
I rolled the wrong die. I didn't mean to roll. I didn't mean to roll that one.
So, at this point, they usually say they see their life flashing before their eyes. I have always found this a curious statement. Do you find that this is the same? Right, Mr. P, I'm going to give you the option. If it's above 10, I will give his next death save an advantage. It is. So on your next death saving throw, on your third and final saving throw, Eric,
Yeah.
you will get advantage on your death save.
Mr. P is saving lives here.
But there's also, well, actually, I guess guess because it's not Sam's turn yet, but
True.
Bart threw up a die 20 there too.
Yeah, but who's Dixie going to persuade? The guards? The execution has already been carried out.
I'd be trying to persuade them to let us go so that Brian could heal him.
Ah, a miscarriage of justice.
It's not a miscarriage of justice. Destruction happened for destruction. They didn't say that revival can't also happen.
Fuck off.
That's what I meant by miscarriage of justice. Eric, you're still having a discussion with death.
Yeah.
This is a literal once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Is it a lifetime at this point?
Do you intend to have this conversation again?
No, but like, I guess I'm alive, yeah.
Well, technically, no. That's the point of the conversation.
Right. I don't really see my whole life. The only thing that concerns me is the well-being of my party, and that I may have failed them.
Mr. Pump, you have raised yourself from a mere automaton to a sentient, feeling, and emotional part of a group of humans. You have raised an army behind you. You have ascended to the state of a king, albeit the gods would not allow you into Dun Manifestin. You have achieved much in your many years on this disc, but only in the last few weeks have you transcended beyond your original creation. Many, many of the humans that I have met cannot say the same. You should be proud of what you have achieved, Mr. Pump. There are always outliers. There are always oddities. There are always exceptions. None, in my experience, have proved to be so gracious. And this is Death talking.
Yeah.
Death who comes for all, including the gods, eventually. Eventually. Guys, if you are in the audience, if you're considering leaving about now, I would say please don't. See this one through. If any episode keeps you up till 3 o'clock in the fucking morning UK time, see this one through. Trust me on this one. I can't say what the players are going to do, but trust me on this one. But I'm playing Death, and even I'm tearing up.
If there's one thing that I've learned so far, it's that all of those accomplishments would mean nothing if my friends were to not make it.
Squeak. Yes, it is interesting that even an automaton may understand the means to be human. Quite the conundrum. Anyway, you have work to do. Go along. Squeak! I said no to the horse. Sam. You are still held.
I am going to ask them to please let us go so that we can remove ourselves from the tomb.
Judgment has been accepted. Judgment has been dealt. There will be no miscarriage of justice. You will be held. Marie is going to lose her shit when she watches this video tomorrow morning.
Probably.
Diamond, welcome. You have, I don't know if you've just come in, but you have joined us at a very pivotal time. Mr. Pump.
Diamond missed all the good stuff.
Mr. Pump has been summarily executed by the guard of this tomb, accepting his actions and accepting his fate. Our party, on the other hand, are being held magically and are unable to heal him.
Maybe it'll be like a Disney movie and love is all we need to revive Mr.
Does love
just
what?
have to believe.
Does love and belief want to roll a d20?
Maybe.
No, I didn't think so. Sam, do you have anything that you want to say to the guards? Because that's the only thing you can do at this stage. Marvishna keeps telling you need to check your DMs.
I know, but then I can't focus.
Yes.
She
So,
can play.
Marvishna, shush.
Do I still play?
It's
Do
just-
not make me intervene, Marvishna.
It's such a good time. Do I still play chess? Okay.
Yeah, that's a Bill and Ted reference that Mr. P understands very well because we've spoken about this. This would be a very long session if we had to do a full chess game. Very long session.
Depends who you're playing against.
Eric, can I ask you to do something in the meantime?
Yeah.
Do you have a deck of cards in the house?
I mean, possibly, but I have no idea where.
Right, okay, in that case I will draw for you.
Okay.
Sam?
I guess I am just going to
Bawl your
say
eyes out?
That too.
I'm gonna shed some tears, and I'm gonna say that he deserves to live.
The emotion of your party does you credit, sir. Brian, your turn.
Oh, God.
Not with these guards you won't, Moko. Definitely not. Bearing in mind, Sam is wearing a full leather bodysuit that looks like a motorcycle racing suit. She basically looks like a Power Ranger in black and red. It's going to take her a while to slink her way out of that, especially since she is bodily held magically by the guards. She's effectively immobilized. With the Lich, this is effectively paralyzing touch. That's what the guards are using here. So I have based these guards on a Lich, because the guards themselves do not exist. This is a homebrew character that I've created based on this image that I found on Instagram. Yes, I will find the artist and credit them once I can, but I've based them on a Lich. These are the tomb guards, and they have effectively used paralyzing touch to freeze the players in place while judgment is carried. Brian, it is your turn. Mr. P, that is a question for the gods. and maybe for the 5th
Well, I already
martini.
asked the gods, and I don't know what their answer was, really. So I offered penance.
Are you continuing the
I'm not sure
conversation with
else.
Offla?
Oh, I thought he already dismissed me.
Well, that was the end of your turn. Mr. P asking the existential questions about now, aren't we? Not only chess, but judgment and existential right. Are you secure in your religion, cleric?
Yeah, it's like I said, I offered penance in place of his death.
Right. I'm going to do this roll on screen. Whether Offla takes the cleric's life as penance. 1 to 10, he does. 11 to 20, he does not. Brian, you fall dead. Offla has made his move. The guards holding you step back. Their magic depreciates. They feel a greater power has occurred here. Eric, it is your turn. You find yourself slowly opening your eyes. The conversation of death, with death, is almost a dream floating in the back of your mind, like you've just woken up from the deepest sleep you've ever had. You feel the chain hanging around your neck with the little imp in the box. You feel the movement of the bun in front of you. You open your eyes to see the guards. In the back of your mind, you hear a whisper. Another has taken your place, Mr. Pump. Live well. And it fades like a dream in the morning sun.
Do I notice the cleric yet?
No. Sam, you are looking mostly at Mr. Pump, and you suddenly see his eyes pop open. In the meantime, the cleric's eyes roll back into his head during prayer, and he freezes stock still in position. You are still frozen in place, but you see the guards take a few paces, like float a few paces back, as if something has happened that they don't understand. You are still frozen in position, but you can speak.
I think I'm gonna pull a Karen and start crying again and be like, "What did you do? You said you were only gonna take one soul," and just start freaking out.
Brian.
Hopefully that helps.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't have to travel far this time. Albeit in a metaphysical sense. Can I get a d20 death save from you, please?
Google springs forth and starts to annoy the crap out of the killer. And Mr. Pump reciting, Mr. Pump reciting facts.
About the properties of sand.
Is there a modifier on that at all, or
Nope.
is it just a straight roll?
Straight d20.
He doesn't get the advantage that I would have
guessing
had.
I failed on that one because I got an 8.
Okay, that's one fail for the cleric. Well, wasn't expecting to see you today. Funny how the calendar changes. Right, Mavishna will do that on his next saving throw. Brian, you'll have advantage on your next death save.
Okay.
Death is standing behind you, towering above you. The cloak billowing in the breeze that just isn't there. And he's just tapping a bony finger on this wooden staff of his scythe. So, he says in an attempt to make small talk, how are things with you?
Well, they're not looking too good.
Well, I must say, sacrificing yourself for a colleague. If it were up to me, there would be bonus points. Sadly, it is not up to me. I am merely the ferryman.
Well, being a cleric of life, I have taken upon myself to sacrifice for another.
Admirable. Yet here you stand. You are standing next to death, and you're almost having an out of Brian experience here. You can see your body. You're almost floating above the room itself. You can see what's left of your body locked physically in the hold of the priest, of the guard. You can see the rogue crying her eyes out and pleading to the guard. You can see Mr. Pump slowly beginning to regain ability and his eyes starting to open again. This has been a very interesting day. The guards take their turn. They are momentarily caught aback by the sudden shift in the life energy in the room. And they immediately recover, they rally, and take that step forwards, holding you all in place with their magic. Eric, it is your turn.
You said I'm being held in place?
You are. Taff, very welcome, sir. And Taff, you have joined at a very interesting point in this game. Taff, I'm not sure if you've been in the room before, but my D&D game is based on the Discworld, Terry Pratchett's mystical world. Our players currently are facing not only summary execution of one member of the party who has accepted his fate, but we now have an interesting situation where one of the other party has offered his own life to his god in place of that player. And that player, Mr. Pump, at the top of the order, it is your turn.
Alright. Have I maybe I just asked this. I got lost. Have I noticed the cleric at this point?
Not as yet. If you were, the cleric's eyes his eyes have basically rolled back into the back of his eye. His kind of eyes have rolled back, and he's still frozen physically in space. It's not like he's crumpled to the ground.
Right.
All you know is that you were a moment ago speaking to the Grim Reaper himself, and the Grim Squeaker by chance, and you are now suddenly back in your body. You're aware of your surroundings, you're aware of Google hanging around your neck, you're aware of the little Bun standing at your feet in a very defensive position, staring at the guard in front of you. You can feel the rumble through the floor as the Bun growls at the guard.
What has happened? Why am I back?
Boing. Oh, well, this is interesting. Insert name here. The little imp looks up at you from the box. We thought you'd lost you for a moment there. You appear to be back. This is highly irregular.
Yes, I was speaking with death.
Oh, this is fascinating. Please bear with me a moment. The imp disappears back into his box and reappears with a scroll of paper and a pencil. He licks the tip of the pencil and begins to take notes.
Tell me everything.
Perhaps we could do this later.
Oh, no time like the present. Insert name here.
We're going to do this later.
Very disappointedly, he tucks the pencil behind one of his little pointy ears and rolls up the scroll. If you insist, insert name here. And just retreats back into the book, closing the lid very slowly.
I'm going to turn to Dixie. Are you okay?
Sam, it is your turn. This one's disappeared quickly. Almost as quickly as the life from the eyes of the cleric. Mwahaha. Eric, that was purely a dice save that saved your ass there. That was literally a dice roll in public that saved your ass.
How much health do I have, by the way?
1 point.
Just 1 point, okay.
I need a refill. Because this shit is really, really frazzling my nerves as well. Wow, that was...
I'll be right back.
Okay, that was a 700ml bottle that was full. I'm now down to about there. As far as sessions go, this has been a really good one. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
Is that a sense of sarcasm, Mr. Pump? Just a hint.
Certainly not.
Like shall we say a soupçon of sarcasm? How do we say a je ne sais quoi of sarcasm?
Yeah, I guess I am going to rip the band-aid off.
You about to... What? What are you about to do? I think I know what you're doing. Right, okay, yeah, that's what you're about to do. You're gonna... There's only one way I will react.
I know, but I feel like there's a possibility that that's a good thing.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. We're being held here, and that's it. And
right. Mr. P, water or booze? You didn't specify. Sam, what are you gonna do?
Yep. Screw it. I'm just gonna tell him. I'm just gonna say I'm okay, but Brian is not.
Does she actually know that, by the way?
I could see it happen.
She can see his eyes roll back into his head, but that's all she can see.
Yeah. So I'm saying I'm okay. Brian is not okay. That's all I know.
Mr. P. Okay. Brian, now that you're back at your chair, hope you washed your hands.
Yes, I washed my hands.
Can I get a D20 death save from you?
Yeah, I kind of figured that was coming up. Oh yeah, this was at advantage, wasn't it?
It is. There will not be another.
Okay. I got a 16 was my highest.
Okay, so we're 1 and 1.
Yeah.
The guards.
Down to the last roll.
Well, you are a cleric of life for the god Ofla. We were chatting just the other day. He plays a mean game of life with your lives, I think. Interesting.
He can be fickle at times, I understand.
Indeed he can. Offla is a cruel god. But such is life in the river of the Gel. Such is life in the valley, where every meal is life and death. He is just in his reasoning. It is not for me to say otherwise. Sooner or later I come for all, the gods included. I am the great balancer. I am the ferryman. I bring order. Squeak! Yes, I know. Be quiet.
I thought he left already.
I thought he had too. Sam, you've said your piece. It has fallen on deaf ears. Brian is still discussing with Death. The guards reinforce their hold upon you all. Mr. Pomp, you find yourselves, albeit conscious, unable to move.
I have found something more pressing to do.
Is that for
Say
Death?
that right, Sam? I've found something more pressing to do.
He's writing in block capitals, so I know he's talking about Death.
Right, because, that's why. Now I get it.
Right. That will roll around on Brian's next turn. So I'll do a d20, but it's going to be a very low chance of success, given that I'm not going to let anybody in the audience scupper the storyline. So, yeah, we'll roll that around on Brian's next turn. Eric, top of the turn. You are conscious with 1 hit point. You can see the rogue talking at you. You see the cleric standing stock still with his eyes rolled back in his head.
Oh, fuck.
David Attenborough, how? Well, fuck. So, for those of you that haven't read any Pratchett, Death always talks in block capitals. Even in my notes that I have made, Death and the Death of Rats, I know it's backwards, but talk in block capitals. I.e., the Death of Rats just says squeak in capital letters, with either an exclamation mark or a question mark at the end of it. So, yeah, Mr. P knows a little bit about Pratchett. I don't know how many of the books he's read, but he knows a little bit about Pratchett. Anyway,
Okay,
yes.
So I've realized that something has happened to the cleric.
The cleric has not responded or spoken in at least the last few seconds. No, you cannot have a horse, I've told you. And Soul Cake Tuesday is not a recognized holiday for your species. Pancake Day.
I'm going to rage.
Okay. You are right to be concerned. This could get interesting.
Just keep in mind that I said this could be a great idea or a terrible idea.
Yeah. I'm
Before?
playing the character.
Exactly.
So, okay, wait a minute, before I take a sip. Mr. Pomp, you have recognized that the cleric may have given his life in trade of yours?
Yeah, that's what I'm accepting. Is that,
And
or that he's... No, I recognize that something has happened to him. That harm has come to him in some way. I don't know how.
Because neither of us actually knew that that's what happened.
Right.
But I saw Pump wake up and Brian do that thing. And
you can't roll your eyes back?
no, how do you know?
You're going all cross-eyed.
Oh, talk about audience
Hey, Bart,
methods
you
of
wanna
breaking
cook
the
that one?
tension right here.
Leave me alone, I can't. Did I do it?
My first instinct is that Mr. Pump's first instinct is that the guard did something.
Okay, so you're gonna rage.
Yeah.
Okay.
And addressed to the guard. What have you done to my friend?
Oh,
It was to be my punishment.
We are the guard. We have been summoned. Punishment was accepted. Punishment was delivered. We are only here to prevent a miscarriage of justice.
Well, you've done a poor job of that.
I think you're stretching beyond the bounds of Mr. Pump there. Because that would incite the guards to draw their swords again.
Well, a miscarriage of justice, in my opinion, is that harmed the wrong person.
Mr. P has just clipped that. Thank you, sir. When Sam gets back, it's her turn. Sam, it is your turn.
Sorry, Matt called to talk to the kids. Oh, I missed stuff, didn't I?
No, Mr. Pump has raged. The guards have spoken. They've said that justice was carried out as their instruction. It is your turn.
I don't know what to do. I feel like we're just going around in circles right now.
You are held. You cannot move. You can only speak.
So big.
Nobody's killing the horse.
Oh, come on. I'm going to ask what it will take for us to be let go. Una, get out of the tree.
The guard looks at you. Okay, the guard looks at an empty chair. It's chair stream. The guard looks at you. Justice has been dealt. Punishment has been accepted. We merely remain to ensure miscarriages are not. You're still held in place. Brian, final roll.
Alright. Make it a good one.
Even if I have a wicked itch on my nose, I can't scratch it, bro. Is that just for torture for me?
Yeah, I think that was the point.
Yeah, Diamond, she cannot move. She's held.
Well, it did not go well, because I rolled an 8 again.
Well, this is unfortunate. Brian, do you have a deck of cards handy?
I believe so.
You'd better grab them. In this universe, 3 death saves are not the end of the game. There is a reason why I've had a deck of cards with me since episode 1. We have a deck. I will be shuffling.
Do I leave the jokers in?
No, take the Joker and advisory cards out.
Oh no, there's just 2 jokers.
We will be playing a game of high or low. This is a Bruce Forsyth reference that only people in the UK will get. Make sure you shuffle the deck on stream. I want to make sure this is fair.
Tiny cards.
When you are ready, cut the deck and show the card. Good game. Good game.
Oh, that's not
Oh
good.
no.
Right, higher than a 4.
Yep.
A 9. The guards maintain their hold on the 2 of you. At this point, they drop their magic and they recede. Eric and Sam, you see the guards, their green glow kind of crossing them, and they phase out of sight for a moment, and they slowly begin to ascend. Justice has been dealt. The cleric slumps to the floor. Mr. Pump and the rogue feel suddenly they have control of their bodies again.
Looks like Mr. P is trying to save me.
Eric, Matt, no, that's not going to work this time round, sir. Eric, it is your turn.
I'm gonna start breaking shit.
Don't make it near him. Make it come out. No, don't start breaking the tomb, because then they're gonna come back and they're gonna kill me off too, and then you gotta deal with 2 dead party members.
Remember last time? What happened when you broke shit?
Diamond, the force is not strong here. A different force is acting. A very different force is acting.
It's a different religion.
Bear with me. Eric, the cleric has... You briefly noticed his eyes kind of floated back into his head as you regain consciousness, and the cleric has slumped to the ground. You, as a player, Eric, you are conscious that his 3 death saves have passed.
Yeah.
And that he is beyond the point of revival.
Right.
It's your turn.
Just like, it's just, Mr. Pump is just fucking furious.
Right, Mr. Pump starts... Well, in his rage, which he is still in, Mr. Pumps takes out his rage by, first of all, smashing the floor, cracking the tiles and the stones beneath you, and then rampages through the sarcophagi of the Karens. Sam, it's your turn. You suddenly feel that the hold on you has disappeared.
Does anyone fancy a curry?
I like the poppadoms with the little dips. Sam, it is your turn. Before you take your turn, can you tell me, do you wear your necklace inside your outfit or outside your outfit?
Inside my outfit.
Okay, it's your turn. What do you do? The cleric is dead, as far as you know.
Yeah.
Right, there was a currently pending D20. Sam, what are you going to do? Are you rushing over to Brian's body?
Yes. Yes, that would be the first thing I do.
Right, I am going to allow a roll D20 in this instance. This is probably the Vespers talking. 10 or below is a fail. 11 or higher is a pass.
For what?
I'm not telling you what for, because that will give away the game.
Save his ass.
Crit fail.
Oh God, good God, this game just fucking.
Sam, you rush over to the cleric as his body slumps to the ground. You kind of catch him in your arms. You pull one of your healing potions from your bandolier, smashing it against the cleric's chest with no effect. As you collapse over the body of the cleric, your pendant slips free from around your neck, dropping down and touching the cleric's face. There is a glowing light erupting around you. Mr. Pump, you see the two of them encased by a glowing light, almost as if it's coming from the ground, leading upwards. And only the golem sees the icon of a feather slowly filtering down and landing on the cleric.
What's so funny?
Brian, you are alive with 1 hit point. It's a shame Blind Eye isn't in the room, because Sam finally knows what her pendant does. It's a phoenix down.
It's alive! It's alive!
As soon as I see the light, I'm ending my rage.
Sam, your pendant, the one that you're actually wearing, is a phoenix down. So, for those of you that know Final Fantasy, this is a life spell.
Oh my god.
And that is where we're going to take a break. big part of this. Okay, guys, we are back, and we are discussing the events that have just happened. So, for any of you that were in my stream, when I think Mudzar, you were actually in the stream when I was making this necklace, and we were discussing whether I would let Sam open it or not. The intention was that Sam would receive it, because I made this back in, what, April? And it arrived to you in early May. And the intention originally, because Blind Eye and I were arguing about this when Sam had received the package, as to whether she was allowed to open the envelope. Because it said on the envelope, do not open until instructed to by your DM. The intention was that she would not open the necklace until this point in time, when the necklace activated. And I had no idea when that would be. I just had to make that thing as quickly as I could and get it to her as quickly as possible so that it could be ready for this moment. Even though we're, what, 6 months on? Sorry, 5 months on. No, hang on, May. 6 months on, yeah.
Alright, so what happens now?
So, the necklace has not vanished. We can blame Yuna for half of that almost, but the necklace has not vanished, but the necklace has expended itself. When you showed the necklace to the wizard said it was made from a very mysterious metal. The same metal that your dagger was made from. So whatever metal the dagger was cast from was some form of magical metal. I.e., and this is player knowledge, not character knowledge, but i.e. dragon scale. I did, to be fair.
So,
just to be.
Everybody knows.
So, I saw the light envelop them, right?
You saw a glowing halo, like an orb, surround them, and you saw something float down within that light.
Yeah.
And that's all you saw.
And now I see that they're both...
No, they're still surrounded by the light. So, yes, Mark, that is indeed the long game. When Sam found the necklace in the tomb underneath the cathedral, I always intended it to be a phoenix down. So, yeah, for Final Fantasy fans, that's an extra life. The problem I had was I had to make that, knowing that the game was continuing, I had to make that necklace and get it to her as quickly as possible, because the original intention would be that when it activates, that's when she opens the package that contains the necklace. Gmail, thank you very much for joining. You've joined us at a very crucial time in this game.
Mr. P even knew about the whole acid bath incident and referred right back to it.
Oh yeah, Mr. P knows the whole concept. We've discussed this at length. So Gmail, the necklace that Samantha is wearing right now. So our Silver Streak, the necklace that she is wearing, I made for her back in April. Her character pulled that out of a spider's egg as part of a looting process, and they were aware that it had a magical property, but they did not know what it was. The cleric was able to identify that it was life magic, but no more than that. And the only other wizard that they had shown it to could not determine exactly what it did. All they knew was that the metal it was made from is the same metal that some of their special artifact items are made of. Now, in this combat that's just happened, our golem, Eric, has gone down and has died. And at the point of the last saving dice throw, so the last death save, the cleric has intervened, that's Brian. Brian has intervened, pleading to his god to take his life instead. And just before the golem was supposed to make his third dice roll, the cleric intervened. The cleric sacrificing himself for the sake of Mr. Pump, and the cleric dying after failing 3 death saves. And you did indeed fail your death saves.
Well, 2 of them, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's 2 out of 3.
Failed.
Fun fact, I rolled that 3rd death save just out of curiosity, and it was a crit success.
Well, that was a wasted opportunity then, wasn't it? Well, fuck the game. Mr. Pump. Mr. Pump is eternal. Mr. Pump is now a god. Screw everyone. Game over. So, the cleric, having sacrificed himself to his own deity for the sake of Mr. Pump's existence, also failed 2 out of 3 death saves. And the rogue who was wearing this necklace, this feather that Sam has actually been wearing since the beginning of May, which is I think it was the beginning of May when she actually received the parcel. I can't remember the. So. I can probably tell you the date because I've actually got the video saved. Sam opening necklace, 17th of May. She received the parcel and opened it on stream. So Sam has actually been wearing this feather since the middle of May. So the best part of 7 months.
And guess what today's date is?
The 17th.
17th.
Well, it's the 18th for me, but look, yeah, we're splitting hairs there. So for exactly 7 months, Sam has been wearing this necklace in real life with no idea of what it does. And only now that the cleric has sacrificed himself for Mr. Pump, because he is a life cleric after all, the player, Dixie, Sam's character, is rushed over. She normally wears the necklace inside her leather thief racing suit. She failed a redeem D20. Well, I failed a redeem D20. The necklace slipped out of the suit, contacting the skin of the cleric and bringing the cleric back to life. The necklace was literally a phoenix down. From way back in March, when I envisaged this, to now, when she's finally figured out what it actually does. And the original plan was that she wasn't going to open it until now, but I thought that was just too mean. I did actually chat to some of the guys in the chat, and they said, "What making her wait until now? Because we didn't know when this was going to happen. It could have been months in the future, or months ago. It would have been just too mean."
So, I would like to, Mr. Pump would like to run over to his friend. By the way, upon seeing the light, the bubble, all that, I'm going to end my rage.
Okay, rage is dropped.
And then I'm going to run over to my friends and make sure they're okay. And can I just hold or embrace them without a strength check, please? For the love of God.
Which god?
No bear hugs from Mr. Pump.
What?
Which god? Does anyone in the audience want to roll D20 to see if Mr. Pump crushes his friends to death? Out of it, just sheer exuberance of embrace. I'm not deciding this one. You are stronger than you think you are, remember. Right.
I was going to say that too, Mr. P.
Gmail, unfortunately. Okay, that's a 17. You succeed in not killing the cleric.
What was the chance on that?
It doesn't matter. You succeed in not killing the cleric. Count yourself lucky. Moko, we crushed all the bun buns back in episode 5.
Don't crush the bun I have now. You son of a bitch.
Yeah, Mr. Pump killed all the Bun Buns, like all 15 of them, back in episode 5 with a giant hug, because he failed his strength roll. So, Brian, you find yourself conscious. You have convened with your deity. Your deity accepted your life in replacement for Mr. Pump's. But suddenly your eyes open. You find yourself grabbed in the arms of the golem. And he's hugging and squeezing you and calling you George, but he's not killing you. George, however, is not here.
I will pet him and...
Can I just state that George is actually not here? George was left back in Bismir after the Colosseum battle, which he was not okay with.
That was my first cat's name.
George.
That cartoon. Looney Tunes. Yep, George.
I would love him and pet him and call him George. That was Animaniacs, wasn't it?
I will call him George, and he will be mine.
That was Animaniacs?
No, it was originally from Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
I remember it from Animaniacs, but I'm sure it was from earlier.
It was the big monster, the big red hairy monster.
Oh.
Or no, it was the
alien?
abominable snowman. No, it was Bugs Bunny. And Daffy Duck was there.
Yeah, because the big monster was in...
He picked up Daffy Duck, and then I think...
And it was it's a reference to... It's a reference to A Mice and Men, almost certain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Harvey the Rabbit is something entirely different.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the Marvin the Martian one when they're talking about the big blue hairy monster for a moment. So
yeah.
Well, I was thinking that, but then I got thinking in the actual image itself, it's like, oh no, he looked like an abominable snowman.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was literally the same animated cell they used, just blue or purple instead of white.
Yeah.
For the abominable snowman. Okay, Diamond. Ability to sneeze a small puff of fire when he sneezes. Diamond, the cleric is not a dragon.
I just thought of a name for the bun bun.
Bing.
Because Google.
Yeah.
Really?
So he's from Microsoft, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Honestly? That's where you're going with this?
There's also a kid's cartoon where there's a bunny called Bing. So
No, seriously, you're eating ice cream and that's where you're going with this.
I've said what I said.
and it was live and it's on the internet forever. Right, okay. Sam has disappeared, so we need to wait for Sam to come back.
She's just tucking the kids in.
Yeah, I figured. Hang on, I'm scrolling through all the events in my mod section here.
Good
one. Hang on, did Firefox raid us at some point, or was that last stream? Am I looking? Oh, that was 14 days ago. That was last stream. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong end of the list. No, not Binky. Binky is Death's horse. Yes, onward, Binky. So, Sam's necklace, which she has been wearing since the middle of the middle of May, exactly 17 months to the day. Sam's necklace is a phoenix down. That's why it was a feather. That was always why it was a feather. It was supposed to be a phoenix feather from Final Fantasy. So, if she had... Well, the interesting thing is what would have happened if it was Mr. Pump that the feather had touched?
Well, you just said that the same thing would have happened.
Yes, but, you know, the law of unexpected consequence, especially in this game. Because, you know, I just make shit up as I go.
Yeah, but according to the wish, it should work the same way.
Oh, no. It would definitely have brought you back alive. But what else would it have done?
Oh, I see.
Is where I'm thinking. I never really discussed this with Marie. Marie, when you're watching this tomorrow morning, Saturday morning, when you're watching all this, yes, we discussed this. We discussed this several weeks ago, actually several months ago. And this was one of the inevitabilities that we discussed, that this would eventually happen. Albeit it's happened about 10 or 15 episodes sooner than I anticipated. But, you know.
I'm going to go put my ice cream back.
Are you not finishing it?
No, I can't. It was a bit too much.
A bit too rich.
It was good, but it was like, yeah.
There's no cause for celebration. Just a little hint from DM to player. Keep the spoon.
Oh, yeah. I got it. I realized I can do a magic trick, kind of, like if I use this one, and then I can just, do, like, that.
No, that's not a magic trick. That's just called off camera. Now, if you'd swallowed it, that would be a magic trick.
Yeah.
And if you had swallowed it, we'd need that phoenix feather again.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Because Mr. Pump performing the Heimlich maneuver we've already discussed would be quite graphic. So, everyone in the chat, I don't know if for those of you that are relatively new to the stream, Sam pulled this phoenix feather necklace out of a spider's egg back in episode 6 or episode 5 of the game. I made the necklace for her following that incident, and she received it back in the middle of May, exactly 7 months from today. Now, the original plan was that she would not open it until instructed by me, but I discussed with her chat and the few people that had been in my stream when I made it that she'd been having a really shitty week, I'd been having a pretty shitty week, and I would let her open it. So she's been wearing the necklace for the last 7 months as a pendant that I have made for her from scratch using, I know Mud's Eye's going to kind of roll his eyes at this one, but using my Damascus gold and silver, and I did say the word Damascus, using my Damascus gold and silver, I made that necklace for her. She's been wearing that for the last 7 months, not knowing what that necklace really means. She just got a feather necklace, which she thought was, oh wow, that's the necklace that my character found in my D&D game. That means I can cosplay my character more realistically. And I've been content with her thinking that that's the case up to now. Because the few people that were in my stream when I was making that, I was discussing what the necklace does. And the necklace is an extra life. So whether it was for her, because of her very poor decisions in game, whether it was for any of the other players that happened to need... Oh, excuse me. Sorry, it's been a long day. Whether it's been any for the other players that have happened to need it up to now, that necklace was an extra life. And the cleric went down. The cleric stayed down because you failed your death saves. The first thing the rogue did was rush over. Yeah, Brian, burn those dice.
Are like totally random.
Just burn those dice.
Yeah.
Well, I need to get my Dragonite dice. That's what it is.
Yeah. I mean, dig a hole in the garden and bury them, or sacrifice them to the gods of the dry cleaners. Whatever you want to do. Yeah, just get rid of those dice and get some new dice. So, Brian, Mr. Pump died. And I mean died. He was one death roll away from being permadead.
Which I had advantage on, to be
Which
fair.
you did, but you failed. Because you did roll it anyway.
No. I did roll it. It was a crit. It was a crit success.
Oh, okay. So
I would have been okay. But... Well, but I mean, the law of like probability, because it wasn't official, it probably would have been a crit fail if it were official. So we can't,
Because that extra 60 seconds would have made all the difference.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, Mr. Pump may or may not have survived this death encounter. So Death would say Death was having a near pump experience rather than Mr. Pump having a near death experience. Instead, the cleric gave the cleric gave his life in place of Mr. Pump, and I rolled the dice on stream, and that was indeed the case. The cleric then failed his 3 death saving throws. He then failed the high card, low card. This fucking the 9 of diamonds, the 9 of hearts again.
What the?
Hey, you got a marked deck.
Either that, or it's... Oh, I've dropped them now. It's going to be completely screwed. Either that, or it just happens that I spent the first, 20 years of my life practicing magic tricks.
If you get the 9 of hearts now.
He's just pulling it out of his sleeve.
Right.
Do you want me to shuffle?
Do it.
It's not going to be the 2 of clubs, because that's on the bottom. Do you want me to shuffle?
Do it.
So, high card, low card, the full Brucey bonus with death, Brian played. What did you draw, Brian? Was it a 5?
No, it was a 4 of spades.
Yeah.
4 of spades. And I drew... Well, I mean, yeah, you fucked there. But I drew the 9 of hearts 3 times in a row, which is awkward. No, Jack of diamonds.
Well, here, let's see what I pull this time.
So...
8? Yeah, 8 of diamonds.
Yeah, so...
It was a 4.
Death, Brian fails with the high card, low card, because there is that game of death with death, because it's the Pratchettverse, and I was going to give you that one little extra option. And then the Phoenix Feather came into play. So, yes, I have been planning that since March. It's been in effect since 7 months to this day. And it's taken all that, between myself and Blind and a few others that know what this meant, it's taken all of our efforts not to tell Sam what that necklace actually does. Thank fuck for that. Because if we'd ended up in the final episode of this game and she still hadn't worked out what the necklace does, that could have been game breaking. That literally could have been game breaking if it happened in the last episode. Oh, right. Okay. Where are we? The cleric is alive. Brian, you wake up. Your eyes kind of flutter open after your kind of out-of-body experience with Offla. Your eyes flutter open and you see the brown hair of the rogue just kind of spilled all over your face as she's hugging you. Tears spilling down your face, not having realized what's happened. You are awake. You are alive. And more importantly, are you still a cleric of Offla? Didn't hear that. Not sure what happened there. I didn't hear that. Did anybody else hear that?
No, I didn't hear anything.
No, you've gone mute. We've lost you, Brian.
Oh, his batteries die?
Try that.
There
Yeah, okay, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
It does that every once in a while. But, yeah, it's like, why would I not be a cleric of Offlar?
Well, you offered your life to Offla in place of your colleague, and that offering has been snatched away from him by another magical means that he has no control over. Would he still accept you as a cleric? Now, as far as you're concerned, you don't know any different. I'm kind of positing that as a hypothetical, existential question that you're going to have to answer as a player. Would Offla still accept you as a cleric of Offla, given that you gave your life willingly and that was then snatched back by magical means? Oh, there's a question.
But I did offer it as a penance.
You did.
So a penalty on what I would do in this situation.
Okay. The guards are confused by what's happened. The guards pull back. They drop their hold magic on you. And they're confused that Mr. Pomp is alive, but the cleric was dead for a moment and then is back alive again. The guards have already commanded the Karens back to their tombs. The sarcophagi have closed. The punishment was accepted. The punishment was dealt. Our role here is complete, but this is not as expected. The guards pull back from the party. You see that kind of phase shifting, almost as if you get double vision and they suddenly split into 8 guards, back into 4, and then suddenly into 2, and then suddenly into 1. And you see that feathered female shape. Again, I'll just drag the image on. I don't own the copyright to this. I'm trying to find out who the original artist was for this image. But this is what the tomb guards look like. You see them from 4, phase shift into 8, back to 4, down to 2, and then into 1. And then almost delicately, like a feather floating up on a gentle breeze, they float up from the ground and disappear up into the ceiling. The Karens are safely back in their tombs. The guard have been recalled. Mr. Pomp, you are alive, or despite your, I don't know, discussions with death. Despite your interactions, you are still alive. The cleric, despite his interactions, is still alive. Mr. Pump can see the rogue is kind of cradling the cleric in her arms. She's bawling with tears, and then suddenly the cleric's eyes open, almost as if by magic. Well, no, literally by magic. The tomb is silent, apart from the gentle sobs from the rogue and the kind of gentle glowing light that seems to be coming from above you. Now, for anybody in the audience, the reason why we've made such a meal of this encounter is that this has been literally 7 months in the planning, and it just happened to play out today.
So, what do we do? How you feel it, bud?
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm gonna get that plugged in. Just a sec.
Guessing that's the wireless on Brian's headset starting to drift a little.
There we go.
Yep, you're back on. Is that the wireless battery starting to die a bit?
Well, it's usually good for 16 hours, but I don't think I charged it from last time, so it's down to like 2 hours right now, so...
Well, to be fair, we're only 4 hours in.
Yeah.
Wow, this has only been 4 hours. The emotional roller coaster that this episode has been, and it's only been 4 hours. Actually, that reminds me, I need to take my medication for the night, so...
We should probably heal up a bit.
That's an understatement of the night.
Yeah, just a little. If you got any of those healing potions available.
So please excuse the Excuse the rustling.
Or, you know, you're probably a little tired, but if you got some spells you can use. Does that count as a long rest?
Not yet, it doesn't. It was the case of about 6 seconds.
Really
No, it was about 6 seconds.
Yeah, but it, you know, it's the big one.
Time moves differently. I mean, to be fair, Death probably does. If Death would care about these things, he might feel cheated. But since he's just a guy doing a job...
Yeah. I feel like Death is kind of like, oh, that's less work for me.
Well, no, he still had to make a personal appearance, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then in other situations, is you don't pay me enough to do this.
Frankly, they don't pay me at all.
Wonder if Sam laid down with the kids.
I don't know. I've got the feeling it might be story time,
Yeah.
or the fact that Matt isn't home yet, because he's going to be probably speaking to the police for the next few hours. Well, there's an interesting juxtaposition. Not interesting in the slightest. Sorry. The gin is very much starting to take hold.
So, yeah, I think healing is the most important thing right now.
So, Mr. Pump and the cleric are both on 1 HP.
Yeah.
Both of you have had your near-death experience. Both of you have been snatched from the jaws of the mortal coil at the very last second. Literally, the very last second.
Actually, I think Brian's was after the very last second.
Technically speaking, yes. Brian was 0 dice rolls away from death. So, you are both on 1 HP. You will definitely need to heal up.
Yeah.
The guards have retreated back to their plane of existence. The Karens have been forcibly returned to their sarcophagi. The tomb is quiet, except for the gentle glow of the light from the ceiling. Please do not say you want to investigate the tomb for secret doors or treasure. This would not go well at this point.
I would like to loot the sarcophagi. It's a joke. It's not. Don't.
The Bun looks up at you with a huge scowl on his one eye. So, yeah, if Brian is going to recede into Zaza Gabor's bathroom, which is his pouch of holding, this may be a good opportunity to, I don't know, heal yourselves up, maybe take a short break before proceeding further. Yeah. Because, to be fair, it is only 2 a.m.
Yeah.
And you know we're going to go for at least another hour or two. Yeah, high-fiving, bad idea. Yeah. DM, high-fiving, just not compatible. Think of it as maybe like an architectural change to the software, but just incompatible. You know, 32-bit versus 64-bit.
I'm thinking I could probably only do cure wounds, because I don't think I could maintain the concentration it takes to do the prayer of healing.
At this stage, probably not. Not with only 1 HP. You're exhausted. You're physically and mentally drained of all of your energy. So this would be long rest if you're going to take one at all. Or consuming potions and rations over a short rest.
even still, it's not going to be a whole heck of a lot. Because, like, how much is a greater healing potion?
Greater heat,
D4,
it's
isn't it?
4d4 plus 4. And you've got rations, and you can take your hit dice as well. So, potentially, that could work. Yeah, we figured as much. You took.
Need him watch the footage. Ugh.
So, if you're going to take potions, roll for your potions. If you're going to take rations, then add your healing element.
I mean, can I even take rations?
Unless you're going to start chewing on the walls, probably not. Yeah, and
Now-
sandstone isn't very nourishing, to be fair.
Now, it was like 4 potions max, wasn't it?
What, the number of potions you can take at a time?
Yeah.
I don't know what the specific rules are about that, to be honest.
Oh, no, I'm talking about in the pouch of holding.
The shelf
only 4.
itself, yeah, the shelf itself we've established holds 4. But you've got potions of healing, you've got greater healing, and then you've still got a load of unidentified bottles that you haven't explored yet. You know which is the potion of flight, because you've used that. You know the potion of healing and the potion of greater healing, but there are still some other unidentified bottles that you haven't investigated yet.
Yeah.
That just comes down to how evil I'm feeling on the day.
And we have to put the bottles back.
You specific, yes.
To leave.
But that's up to Brian, not up to you.
Right, yeah. It's up to Brian to tell me to give the bottle back. What I'm saying.
Yeah, don't forget to tip the attendant in the toilet. So, yeah, Diamond, I think you probably know this, but just in case for any of the others that have joined recently, a bag or a pouch of holding is like a pocket dimension that you can drop things into. In the case of Brian's pouch of holding, it is actually a powerful wizard's bathroom. It's a Victorian-era bathroom with porcelain and hot and cold taps. It has got a toilet, it's got a sink, it's got a bidet, it's got a lovely shelf with hand towels, and a whole rack of potions. And we've already identified that the potions are 4 bottles deep. It is purely black and white. There's black and white tiles on the floor, black and white tiles on the wall, and the towels have ZZ embroidered on all the towels. So this pouch of holding belonged to someone at one point, and it appears to be a high-level wizard, who I have chosen the name of Zaza Gabor. So for any of you that knows anything about 80s pop culture, Zaza Gabor.
The thing that Diamond said about the attendant, I'm wondering if we can we add it as canon that like Brian notices for the first time there's an attendant.
Now, okay.
And it's hang on,
Wait.
and it's the same guy that did the tour for the.
No, it's not going to be Orphus. I guarantee it's not going to be Orphus. Now, whether there is an attendant in Zaza Gabor's bathroom, I will leave up to Mr. P. Because Mr. P and I remember Budapest.
That's so funny because that's like a similar line to the Avengers.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yes, and we mentioned that. Yes,
way different than I
yes.
did.
Mr. P and I remember Budapest very differently, but Mr. P and I remember the attendant in the bathroom in that club, and we are both. Oh God, I'd gone through so many units of alcohol by the time we even got to that club. And I know you love that club, because that is the club where we saw Jesus play bass guitar. So, Mr. P, is there an attendant albeit an old grandmother with a headscarf scowling at everyone that uses the urinals. Is there an attendant in Zaza's bathroom in the cleric's pouch of holding?
Oh, troll.
Okay, apparently we don't remember Budapest that differently. Oh, good times. That was good times. That was, 2011 we were out there. That was like July or August. Mr. P and I were out in Budapest together, which is unusual. Mr. P and I used to work together. And it was very unusual a client would request 2 consultants on the same job. But they had so many staff, they were doing all the Central European offices coming together in Budapest to do a big week of training. And we were there on site to conduct some of that training. And one night, there was one night where we knew we had nothing the next day. But, yeah, there's no point us flying home and then flying back out again. So we just stayed out in Budapest. And I'd been in Budapest twice before. And this was Mr. P's first trip out there. So I kind of knew the lay of the city. And on that free day, we did our training. We went out for the evening and I took him to a ruin bar called Zvonitsa. Was it Zvonitsa? No, sorry. It was, oh crap. No, Zvonitsa was a place in Prague. Instant. The bar was called Instant in Budapest. It's the very first ruin bar of its type. Now, Budapest as a city is modelled on 16th century Paris. So you've got the big, long Champs-Élysées style streets. And you've got this huge 5-story tenement buildings, which make up a block. Every block is about 5 apartments by 5 apartments. And in the centre of that block, they have a little courtyard with a fountain and stables for the horses and all that kind of stuff. And the city hasn't changed since the 16th century. So when, after the Turks sacked the city and they left, they rebuilt Budapest in the image of Paris. So what Instant was, it took an entire city block, 5 apartments by 5 apartments, and turned it into a massive nightclub. They took every wall in those apartments, knocked the walls through, and so you could walk around the entire 5 by 5 apartment block. And each set of rooms was a different DJ, playing different music with different dance floor and stuff like that. And we went from the ground floor, which was the coach room. There was the fountain in the middle that had these really weird artwork where there was all of these stuffed rabbits almost jumping out of a fountain and running across the ceiling like something out of Alice in Wonderland. And it was literally a stoner's paradise. There was so much blacklight in this building. And I had had so much to drink before we even went there. We're drinking this Polish beer that was like 5%. We'd gone through about 9 pints each by this point. And I decided to demonstrate the art of Greek slapping, which we've talked about before in this stream. That Greek slapping, which if you've ever been, for those of you in the chat, we're just waiting for Sam to come back. That's all I'm doing. For those of you that have never been slapped by a Greek woman before, it's not just one slap. It's a forehand, a backhand, and then another forehand. It's a triple slap. And it's done very quickly. So, if you imagine that I'm out here and I have to advance because the first slap you're going to kind of, I've been slapped by a woman. So the woman has to advance into the next one and then advance into the backhand. Technically, it becomes a fencing move. Allow me to demonstrate. So, I'm here. So, the hand is on the hip, of course. 1, 2, 3. It's a fencing move. So, I'm demonstrating this to Mr. P on a dance floor that's completely empty. It's a tiny little kind of what used to be somebody's living room. There's like herringbone parquet flooring on the ground. It's beautifully preserved. It's all the original black and white Victorian era tiles and wooden floors. And there's a DJ in the corner. and he's just starting his set, and I'm demonstrating Greek slapping to Mr. P. So we're kind of like sidestepping across the dance floor and coming back and going out and coming back and like demonstrating the Greek slap. Next thing we know, after a couple of pints of this really strong Polish beer, we turn around and notice that there's a couple of other people mimicking us, as though it was some kind of new dance move. At which point the two of us kind of collapse into laughter and leave, because that's just too much. We end up at a bar where there is a stuffed owl with boobs. This is weird. I have photos of this, and I actually remember.
Hooters?
I genuinely yes, yes, a stuffed owl with hooters. There's a basic. There was also this torso of a female mannequin, but it has a fox's head on it. It's really weird, trippy art. It was literally a stoner's paradise. Yeah, the owl with the hooves. I have the photo of that still. And I genuinely black out for a fraction of a second. Apparently we're talking, I'm laughing, and then I suddenly lose track of time and wake up. It's like, what the fuck happened? And apparently I'd blacked out for just a few seconds because Mr. P says I was just laughing at the joke we were telling. And then all of a sudden it's like, what? Hang on, what's going on? I've instantly sobered up. We continue to drink. We go down to the ground floor because we're just exploring. There was one bathroom that had sheets of music, like papered, all over the wall. So it's this black and white Victorian tile, the kind of, you know, the tubs that have got like the claw feet on them, the standalone bathtubs. And it's got sheet music papered all over the walls. And that's been turned into like a mini chill out room. We go back downstairs to the ground floor, which is the coach area, and there's a band playing in the basement, what would be like the ice cellar. And there's basically we walk in, there's the band playing, and there's TV screens up around this room, and they're all playing excerpts of like 1960s, 1970s blaxploitation movies. So lots of black guys wearing like karate gis, kind of kung fu fighting. And this band is playing the whole time. And right there on bass guitar is a guy with a brown bathrobe, a long beard, and long hair. Jesus is playing bass. So we're there listening to this band play. We're having a great old time. The band finish their set. They come out, they're shaking a few hands, and I go up and I hug Jesus. I literally hugged Jesus on that night. So the guy had no idea what was going on. He didn't speak any English because we're in fucking Budapest. He had no idea what was going on. And he was I'm just like grabbing him and squeezing this guy. I'm not sure if we left or got kicked out at that point. But we ended up walking back to our hotel, which was on the other side of the Danube. Given we're in Budapest, this is the Danube. We're on the other side of the river. And just as we're walking back to the hotel, a handful of the guys from our training, this is like 4 o'clock in the morning. I think it might have been a bit later. A handful of the guys turn up. They'd just been to the corner shop, and they were coming back with carry bags full of cans of beer. Because they've been partying themselves all night, near around the hotel. And we're literally sitting on the banks of the Danube, sharing tins of lager with guys from the Czech office, from the Romanian office, from the Croatian office, just laughing, telling stories, right to the point when the sun comes up. And I literally have a picture of that. Because after that, we went, Mr. P and I went back up to our rooms and passed out. And I took a picture from the balcony of the sun coming up. And I'm gonna load this now because it was one of my very rare panoramics that I tend to shoot. This is Budapest in the dawn. So that's the Parliament building. There's Victoria Island. That's the Chain Bridge. And this was from my hotel room. Literally at 6 a.m. when we'd been out getting absolutely leathered on cheap Polish lager. in this weird, trippy nightclub of a place. And that was the photo that I ended up with. This was something like 16 individual photographs all stitched together in software. Oh, and of course there was the pandas with monocles, because this Stoner's Paradise was filled with graffiti. And that legitimately looks like pandas wearing monocles.
I don't see how it would be anything else.
That's just obvious, really, isn't it?
I really don't. If you wanted it to be something else, you failed. Like, that's
the owl with boobs. There you go. Because the place was just a gallery for student artwork. That is literally an owl with boobs. I went back there back in 2011 I went back. And this is the kind of weird artwork this place has. It's all chintzy furniture. It's all stuff that would be thrown away that they've turned into. This entire building is a Stoner's Paradise. And it was just insane. It was... Yeah, honestly, that's probably isn't any going to be... I went back. I think this was Mr. P's first experience of Budapest. I went back and it just wasn't the same. Because we were in a place called the New York Palace Cafe the next day talking about this, and this is even more glorious than the Ritz, because everything is gilt, everything is these beautifully organized like building that's so beautifully preserved, yet you're paying like $5 for a tea and a sandwich, unbelievably cheap. And that was Mr. P's first experience of Budapest, and I was kind of guiding him around on that incident. It definitely was an incident. I can't really describe it as anything but. But yeah, we were kind of wandering around the city on the day after, because he was hungover like fuck. And we found quaint little not touristy things, local things like this. A piece of artwork that had loads of padlocks. Like how they have the bridge in Paris that's just padlocks with people's wishes and things written on them.
Oh yeah, I've seen pictures of that.
We found a piece of artwork in the centre of Budapest that kind of had the same motif to it. And this was just purely by accident wandering around the city. I've got loads of other photos, but Mr. P is in some of them, so I don't want to dox him by again showing his face, even though briefly. But yeah, weird stuff was going on in that club. That was just an immense club. I've been back since. It wasn't as good. It genuinely wasn't as good. But yeah, that's Mr. P and I. Oh yeah, we found a sticker in that nightclub for a website that's called kebabreporters.com. They're a Dutch website that has people submitting reports of local kebab shops. They're on Facebook. I have actually written several reports for London and northeastern kebab shops. So if you're ever travelling and you really fancy a kebab, this sticker we found on a little underpass under the river. But if you ever fancy a kebab, have a look at that website and they'll tell you if it's a decent kebab in that particular town. Anyway, that was a tangent and a half because we're still waiting for Sam to come back. But yeah, Budapest at dawn, literally at twilight, and that was the picture I took, and that was a fucking epic night and a half. And then we went for a kebab. Well, Mr. P went for a kebab the next day, and that's what he ordered. I don't know why I took a picture of it, but there's a picture of Mr. P's breakfast. Oh, good times, man, good times. But yeah, just that line from Avengers has dogged the two of us ever since, because yeah, him and I remember Budapest very differently because I've got photos. Right, Sam is probably dealing with the kids, or she's probably speaking to Matt still, because I know she took a call and disappeared off. So, you are both alive. You are both conscious with 1 hit point. Are you going to be using your potions, magic, and your hit dice? Okay.
So I guess I get 2 and you get 2.
All right.
So
So I know the greater healing and the healing potions.
if you want to roll your potions and add on your hit dice. Yeah, who doesn't want a good kebab? I mean, a good doner kebab is hard to find. Unless you're in Berlin. If you're in Berlin and you're after doner kebab, I know some epic places. And I don't mean the touristy spots. I know like the locals. I know some epic spots in Berlin. Yeah. God, that was a good time. Budapest was a good time. When were these pictures? These were 2011, September 2011. Because yeah, when Mr. P and I came back from that, it was about a month after that I got the call about my brother. So yeah, that was 2011, and I know because I've got it tattooed on my arm. And I went back to Budapest with my sister, like best friends since we were teenagers, sister, in the following year, 2012. And that was for the first anniversary of Al's death, and we went back and did Budapest because she'd heard all the stories, and it wasn't the same. It really wasn't the same. There was no Jesus in a bathrobe. I wasn't standing there in a tuxedo. Just wasn't the same.
Someone needs to remind me how I'm supposed to roll for these.
So you hit dice on what are you for hit dice for a barbarian? Is it D8?
I think it's D10.
Let me see.
What level are you, Eric? You're level 9.
9, yeah.
So you get 9D whatevers for barbarian. So whether it's D8 or D10, you get 9 of them. Okay. For every 15-minute rest, you can roll one of those hit dice.
Okay.
So you can take them all, and then the only chance you'd have to regain health is then either by a long rest or by magic. But you've got 9 hit dice available to you. A D&D themed bar with a curry stop and donors in Chicago. Damn. Now, I'm never going to be allowed into the continental United States ever again, so I'm never going to see that place, but that sounds fun.
It's D12.
Okay, so 9D12 that you can make use of. Yeah, it was in. I can't remember where the other. Was it an underpass as we, Mr. P? Was it an underpass as we were coming out of the river, or was it an underpass by that lenticular railway that went up the side of the castle? I think it was at the side of the castle. Mr. P's given me permission to accidentally dox him, so I'll show a brief photograph. This was because I went out there that trip with a manual camera. I was shooting film, and Mr. P had never handled a film camera before. So this is while we were in that New York Palace cafe, and he was trying out a film camera for the first time ever. Well, maybe not for the first time ever, but for the first time recently. Oh, and there was also the Tesco sign, wasn't there? We actually found a Tesco in Budapest. Would you believe, I think I took a photograph. Hang on, I got the doner kebab. But I think I took a photograph of the menu. No, you're not 12, but... That was
what do you roll for healing potion?
Which is it? Standard or greater?
Standard.
3d4 plus 3. Or 4d4 plus 4. So that was the menu in the kebab shop. Only because there was a girl that looked like she was advertising Starbucks. And that's not the one you went for, which was disappointing. So that was the cafe that we were eating in, which kind of meant you kind of get the feeling that you should be in the Ritz with a suit and tie on, but it was full silver service and it was under 20 quid. Fantastic place, really was a fantastic spot. But these are all the little spots. If any of you are ever in Budapest, that is just by Octagon metro station. It's called the New York Palace Cafe. Definitely worth visiting. Here's the beer that I was drinking during the carnivore meal, and I think I had 5 of them before I realised it was 12%. This was good beer. This was good beer. It was like a meat. It's a meat barbecue kind of restaurant that we found near the hotel, and I'd drunk about 5 of them before I even realised how strong the damn things were. Good times.
I downed all the potions, and I used half of my hit dice. So
Okay.
I only used 4 instead of all 8, and I just have 5 points of damage left on me.
That's a significant improvement.
Do I get +4 with each hit die?
No, only with the potions. So with the hit dice, it's the raw dice roll that you get, and that's how many hit points you get back. So you just roll a d12, and that's how many hit points you get back.
Okay, because I was looking at the short rest. Is that what we're doing?
You're doing a short rest, yes.
And it says here, it hit die is 1d12 plus 4 times total. Like the total dice.
Is it? Hang on. It's been that long since I've had to do this. I will take your word for it, sir. So if it's 1d4 plus 4, just take the plus 4 per hit dice.
Per hit dice. So then that's another 36. I did all the hit die.
Because why not?
Hey, I'm at max.
I am checking my Gmail.
Technically, I was a little over max.
Semantics.
Yeah. By 6.
Tomato.
Yeah.
Right, I currently have 337 emails in my Gmail folder. Most of which is Uber Eats, Nando's, last beer night, which was on the 10th. Nothing yet from you yet. Oh, there we go, Mr. P. Oh, you did not take a Oh, you did take a picture of the bathroom. You fucking weirdo. Mr. P actually did take a picture of one of the bathrooms, and there we go. So there was sheet music all over the floor. I remember sheet music on the wall, but this is how one of the chill-out rooms was decorated. They basically took the entire tenement building and just knocked through all the walls to make a giant super club. So you're walking from somebody's kitchen to somebody's bathroom to somebody's lounge, and it's all 1930s, 1940s, 1950s period decoration, like original parquet flooring or black and white Victorian tiles. Oh, I don't. Yeah, God, I'm saving this. I'm adding this to the folder. This is epic.
That's weird.
It legitimately is a stoner's paradise, this club, and it was absolutely fantastic. But I know Mr. P had a good time. But yeah, I was kind of showing him around because I'd been there before. And yeah, they'd actually sealed off the bath and the toilet behind a sheet of perspex. So you couldn't go and pick up or pull the photos off the wall. Yeah. They just had some old chintzy furniture that you could sit on and listen to the dance music. And it was all like early noughties dance and trance.
Yeah.
Depending on which room and depending which level you were on. But frankly, all I remember was passing out in front of the Fox from too much Polish beer and Greek slapping in that tiny room that had the cast iron radiators in it. Had green glass tile flooring, the DJ in the corner, and these cast iron radiators up against the wall like a Victorian schoolroom. And we were Greek slapping our way across the dance floor. Right, it is coming up to 3 a.m. We seem to have lost Sam. I don't know how long she's going to be on the phone to Matt. Oh yeah, there was a football table right down in the basement, wasn't there? This was under. This was just below where the pandas were, because we kind of had to wind our way up some wooden stairs to get to the pandas, and then right down the bottom there was a football table. I don't think I took any pictures of the football table. Not the kind of thing I would have forgotten. There was a boar, like a stuffed pig with glitter lights on it. Here we go. Hang on. So there was a stuffed pig that had been covered in like broken fragments of mirror. I can't remember if I shot a video of it, but yeah, there was a disco boar. I think is the best way you could describe that. And all this kind of weird, trippy artwork going on. Yeah, there's the owl with tits. There's the little owl-headed pixie on the woman's leg. And there's the rabbits running. That's the ground floor where the fountain would be. And there's the stuffed rabbits running along the ceiling. Now that's my sister Kirsty, who should not be smoking, but she was. The pandas with monocles, apparently somebody had come back and coloured that in. Oh yeah, there's me and Kirsty on the football table. That was the restaurant we were in. That was the hotel. Yeah, this was the year after Kirsty and I went back to Budapest. And it wasn't the same. Right. Okay, so it is 2:45. Do you guys want to take a break? And we'll wait for Sam to come back? Because I'm kind of filibustering, waiting for her to come back before we move on to the next level.
Yeah.
But I don't know how long she's going to be on the phone to Matt with, and I've got a feeling it might be some time. So,
yeah.
For the sake of the audience who are still up, let's take a little break here rather than listening to my bollocks. Hopefully, if Sam is back, we will continue. Otherwise, I really wanted to get this tomb done this session, but I don't think it's going to happen now because you've still got a couple of more floors to go in this pyramid. So let's take a break here. We'll take 10 minutes. We'll see what happens. If we get Sam back, brilliant. If not, we'll continue as best we can. But I don't really want this to go more than another hour and a bit.
Yeah.
Partly for Eric's sake, partly for mine. And I just don't want these episodes running on too long. This would be a good episode to finish on, but we're not finished yet. There's still some puzzles and stuff to go on. So, Mr. P, good night, sir. Thank you for joining. I hope you've enjoyed today. It's been eventful. I'm glad the audience are taking use of the Roll D20. That's what it's there for. So we're going to take a good 10 minutes, and we shall be back shortly. So, we are back live only because we are going to call it here. Sam is speaking with her husband about everything that's happened outside his workplace, which was incredibly unfortunate. But obviously he's going to be in a bit of a state, and so will she. We are going to call it here because there are still 3 floors left in this tomb, and I don't think we're going to have enough time to finish that tonight. Not without really dragging things out. So, this is episode 20. I'm surprised we went this long, but I'm glad that we've gone this long because clearly you guys are still enjoying the game.
Yep.
But let's call it now. I'm going to end the session here. I'll keep the Zoom call open so that if Sam comes back, at least we can have a quick chat with her before she disappears. Let me quickly see who is online for a raid. And our next game is not going to be New Year's Eve, because frankly that's just stupid. Our next game is going to be on the 17th of January. Hang on. Which month are we in? So today's the 17th. Sorry, the 14th of January is going to be our next game.
You can't actually start on time.
Are you going to be back to your normal shifts then?
Yeah. It should just be to the end of the year. So.
Nerdy Northerners, I really do hope that you haven't just raided me. I know I don't have alerts on. We're kind of calling it a night because we are all absolutely shattered. Sam is kind of chatting with her husband. There was a fatal accident outside of his workplace, so they're kind of sorting stuff out. And we've had a really full-on session tonight. The Tomb of the 7 Karens proved to be particularly problematic in that we almost lost 2 of our players tonight. And yeah, I really tried to keep a straight face throughout all of this. But that was a pretty traumatic night for both of you, because Mr. Pump was almost dead, and Brian, as the cleric, was literally dead. Actually dead. Talking to death and having to play high card, low card with death. Because you were that dead. So, I don't want to push it too much further tonight. Our next episode is going to be on the 14th of January because we're not going to be playing on New Year's Eve, even though we might actually be available, but I just don't think it's worth it. So, as much as I would have loved to have finished this chapter on this last episode for the year, circumstances are what they are, and I'm not going to push it any further. So, we're going to call it here. And does anyone have a suggestion for a raid? Because none of my peeps are actually online today.
Well, the ones that I have are Tink's online.
I can see Tink is on, yeah.
And then one of the Sea of Thieves people, Karites, is on.
Is Firefox online tonight? Because I didn't add her from the last raid.
No, she isn't.
So, from my list of obviously, well, I'm guessing most of you guys won't be interested in Linus Tech Tips because they're doing their podcast, and they've got like 3,000 people in the room. Of my followers, we have Made You Look, who does all of her cosplay, some quite fancy cosplay. For those of you that know who she is. For those of you that follow on Instagram and TikTok, she was the good and evil one where she was kind of switching her makeup as she was wiping her hand across her face. She's got about 200 people in her room. Tink is online with 58. So, should we raid Tink?
Yeah, we could do that.
Sure.
Tink is doing a charity stream for hungry kids. She's also dressed up as a pony and dancing. Because that doesn't seem like a weird thing based on tonight. That's totally normal. dressed up as a horsey and doing jazz hands.
Sweet.
Well, no, you cannot have the horse. Your feet won't reach the stirrups. So let's hang on. It's Tink TV. Let's rate Tink just for the sheer lols of this. Everybody, thank you very much for bearing with us tonight. I really do hope you have enjoyed tonight's session. I know we've been a bit fractured, but shit's been going on. Life is what it is. So we'll be back again in 2 weeks in the new year. I'm going to be doing more workshop streams and more making in the new year once I've got a bit of cash to spend on materials. But for now, thank you very much for joining. I hope you've enjoyed. Do like, do follow. Any subs or donations will be going straight to Sam's legal fund because, I haven't mentioned that at all during the stream and I normally plug that like crazy. So, thank you very much. I hope you've had a great time and do come back for some more on the next stream, which is in 2 weeks' time. Let's go raid.